Hello and welcome to the 2024 Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals. This is the junior edition of the event, which is now going to be an event spread over 2 weekends. So there's this Vaughan.
Good afternoon, Tom. Good afternoon to all our viewers tuning in. Apologies for the slower start today, but as you can probably see on the screens, the surf conditions at the moment are fairly small, but we are anticipating the swell to fill in rather quickly over the course of the next hour, and we think rewarded with 3 foot plus faces, maybe even head high plus. So we've got the under 14 girls in at the moment, and we find ourselves in a position where we've had to split the event due to 3 previous weekends of insufficient surf, and that's been rather frustrating. We have far from ideal tidal range this weekend, Tom, as you know, in this part of the world.
Slightly bigger, slightly smaller tides tomorrow than today, am I right?
By like 0.1 of a metre, so...
okay, not enough to make any real difference.
No, but... it is what it is. We're now at, coming up for 2 o'clock. We're just kicking off the first heat of the 2024 Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals, and also proudly supported by Welsh Coffee Co. and a Barty sauce. They've released a very tasty new addition for your burger.
What is that all about then?
Well, it's all online. If you go to their website, Barty, based off in Pembrokeshire, barty.co.uk.
Yeah. Have you tried the sauce?
I must confess I haven't as of yet. I'm still stuck on the other product. And we've got up for a couple of rides so far, and we must concentrate on that shortly. But obviously we wanted to say hello to all those people starting to tune in online.
Now, connectivity here in Atlanta always a challenge, so I can just confirm for the viewers at home, it isn't the under 14, the under 18 boys finals in the water at the moment. It is the under 14s girls.
Yeah.
And so although your screen tells you Arthur Buick, Tom O'Leary and Kobe John are in the water, that's not actually the case, but we will confirm for you exactly who's in that heat imminently. And the heat is about 6 or 7 minutes out from its 6 or 7 minutes in, and so far there've been a couple of rides, nothing to have grabbed the heat by the scruff of the neck as yet.
No, and if anything, Tom, just before the heat started, we were starting to see some lovely little waves starting to pour through, and of course, Murphy's Law. Once that heat buzzer went and the disc turned round to yellow to signify 20 minutes of competitive action, we've had somewhat of a lull, and the girls have managed to pick off a couple of openers. We're still getting ourselves set here in the commentary box,
going off paper, which can sometimes be more reliable than technology. The surfer in red, I'm told at the moment, is Josie Hawke, and then there's Taylor Shelmerdine and Indy Ward in the water there. Shelmerdine in the white and Ward in the yellow, but we're going to get some confirmation of that. I will go with the screen once it gets updated, and we'll know for sure.
Looks like Josie.
Yeah, that is Josie, isn't it, on the backhand?
Very recognisable style now. We start to get used to her competing down at Llantwit as we move to our adopted home. I know a lot of people question why we're in Llantwit Major when it's perhaps more preferable to be further west to pick up more swell. And there's a whole load of infrastructure that we now need to put in place to run a national event to meet ISA competitive standards, that being a live scoring system. Of course, we need electricity, we need internet, and we need buildings for that kind of stuff. You've got the live fee team, live scoring online as well for our viewers and our competitors. So there's a lot that needs to come together to make
keeping all of those
happen.
People fed.
Yep. And all of those sort of things, accommodation, and while Freshwater West will always be our home of the heart for the Welsh Nationals.
A spiritual home.
It's not available to us over the holiday periods,
right.
So bank holidays is a no, and from right the way from Easter through the summer, it's out of bounds as the beautiful national park that it is. the retention and the footfall, the retention of its status of a national park and keeping it beautiful is. So one of those things is reducing the footfall amount of people that
would it then follow that in the off season, when it would be possible to run events there are neither 3-day bank holidays or 16 days of light, whereas at this time of year now we got 16 hours of light. Sorry, I said 16 days, 16 hours of light. So you can kind of go on hold for what in the middle of winter would be an entire day, and run a day's surfing. Either you can do 3 days surfing in a day, can't you? At the moment,
I think you're exactly right there, Tom. It's very difficult to run what is at these events when you've got the adults involved as well. 20 plus hours, 24 hours of surfing, with all the things that are thrown to us, regardless of where we are in Wales, because there's always tidal implications. With the surf conditions, freshwater, we tend to have to move around the beach a lot, depending on the swell size. Just got a note here, just put it under my rather large nose. Say sorry for the live scores, they will be up soon. Well, there we go. So I had to look an awful long way away then, Tom.
You're vulnerable there to the Ron Burgundy trick, I can see. He'll read whatever's put in front of him on the teleprompter.
Yes, no, I did give it a scan.
Good night, San Diego.
Indeed. I'm guessing a lot of our viewers
be too young.
You'd be too young, yes. To tune in to watch their friends.
Be the parents who know that.
Yeah. So we're getting an announcement from our beach. Oh, we're just trying to hear there. Red is in first place, and say please bear with us as we just get all the technology and linked up and synced up.
Hawk has put at least 8 points on the board, because I think what I'm hearing is that the surfer in white, Shalmadine, would need about 6 points to jump up into first. And we got scores coming in around the sort of the ones and the twos. There was a 2.5 for Shalmadine in the white just then, and here goes, and that I think would have been Indy Ward on the backside just then.
Well, Indy, I was told earlier that I think it's her second surf this year, so she's
still
very young, really good skateboarder.
Yeah,
and she's into all manner of sports as Indy.
She's from this coast here, isn't she?
Local girl. So she's still very young. But it's great to see Indy competing again.
From a surfing family as well, isn't she?
Yeah, indeed, Jay. Her dad surfs this region, but he's been concentrating on his fitness of late. Here we go. This is a nice looking right-hander.
That's Hawk on the front side. Puts a bit of spray up. She's going to see if she can get a little connection through to the inside. Bit of pumping. So it'll be interesting to see now what the judges want to do. For me, the left-hander that she caught earlier in the heat, where she did a nice big backhand snap, would probably score slightly higher than that right-hander just then. But either way, Josie Hawk has now got 2 scores on the board. This is a relatively comfortable position for her at the moment, and so Taylor Shalmadine surfed very, very well last year in very similar conditions to this, actually. Small, tight, low-tide peaks.
Yeah, I'd look, Josie, say she's quite for somebody so young. I mean, we're under 14 level. She's a name that's been around for a few years now.
She's deadly, isn't she?
Very experienced young competitor. And what was heartening then, Tom, was that last sort of set did show a little bit of promise.
Totally contestable. It was pretty fun. Like, I'm starting to already feel that I want to go surfing. And I always say good surfing makes you want to go surfing. That's what I want to do. Make the judges want to go surfing.
Would you have? I mean, last night you saw the WSL kick off in Chopu. Would having watched that, did that make you want to go surfing at Chopu? Or
do you know when it's that size, it looks worse than when it's a bit bigger, because the way that it bends in, you'd see competitors having to do that kind of, I don't even know what you call it, that kind of the dive off, the foot first, like a plunge.
It's the pencil dive, isn't it?
The pencil dive, that's it. To get out before it closes out on the inside. I thought it was very, some of the waves looked beautiful, didn't they? I saw, Sawyer Lindblad's 9.6 something or whatever it was. And do you know what? The most impressive thing I saw last night, I don't know if you were still watching at this point, John Florence's 3-point ride out at the end of his heat.
Ooh, let's just watch the action here. We've got a rider.
Up and down.
That looked like Indy,
that's Indy
to me.
Yeah, did you see that one? John's wave in at the end of the heat.
I must confess, we've got family staying with us this weekend, so I didn't plan to be, or didn't intend to be here today because should be spending time with the family. But
you had the humiliation of Manchester City highlights on this TV instead, then, did you?
Well, I'm a Man United fan, so it was a great day. But yeah, watching the WSL, I didn't see John's 3, but it's amazing how those girls and boys can conjure up scores when they need.
Incredible.
And what has been really incredible is the rise in women's performance surfing in ways of note, particularly. As well as the air game that we're seeing.
Turn of the century at Sunset Beach earlier this year for Molly Picklum.
Oh, that floater was just mental.
That and Tommy Carroll's snap from 1993.
Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
91 I think actually. And
then of course we've seen Caitlin Simmers in that row, Maps to Nowhere.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you know though? It didn't make me think that was my next surf trip.
Well, let's just focus on the surfing that she put on in that video clip. It was just unbelievable.
It was.
It was so. It reminded me of some of the milestones in surfing that we've seen.
I think that's a good way of putting it.
Waves, Lead's Millennium Wave.
Yes.
Curran's off the wall, back door, sticker board.
Steve Cooney and Rusty Miller's discovery of Uluwatu in Morning of the Earth.
Yeah, the first Skeleton Bay footage. Yeah. It was right up there with that wave she got. I mean, who was the chap? Solly Bailey surfing.
Oh, he got the wave of his life.
Yeah, and then Caitlin Simmers did was double. Her wave was double, twice as good.
and also the fellow, their sort of chaperone or the guy who was organising the trip. Good surfer, but a mortal surfer, a mere mortal, and he got kicked off his nut as well, didn't he?
Yeah, that did look.
Which does make you think that ordinary humans would have done. I don't know. I mean, Caitlin Simmers' brother got a couple of good ones as well, didn't he? But I think he's probably a ripper, isn't he?
No slouch. I don't think that it helped that his boards didn't turn up for some part.
He was on his sister's boards, wasn't he, and breaking them.
Yeah.
Here we go. Front side. Now there's a use of a priority there, I think.
I think you're right.
Keeping Josie off.
And Josie did well there because she was obviously recognised she didn't have priority. And as I say, I can't quite see the screen there to indicate who had priority, Tom. I don't know if you can. But she obviously was smart enough to recognise whether, or at least question it, that she was. If she wasn't sure, she made sure she didn't interfere.
Priority is now with Taylor Shelmer-Dine, and Josie is now in second priority. So that will be the second priority will be on account of her having pulled off the wave earlier, and therefore she can get back to the lineup ahead of Indy. So it's all Taylor Shelmer-Dine's, but she's looking for a 7.2 to pop up into first, and she's playing defense on a 1.23.
Yeah, fairness to our young ladies out there, it's just been a little slower than we would have hoped to kick this off. They say the winds come up a little bit, Tom.
Yeah,
and it's just ruffling the swell and just knocking
a side onshore, isn't it?
Yeah, you know how like when the wind comes up and it was clean and then all of a sudden it comes up a bit, it sort of takes half a foot off it, doesn't it? And when you're in the 1 to 2 foot bracket,
and there we go. That's that. Now
that's a wrap.
Am I right in calling that was a final?
It was a final. Again, another unfortunate part of having to split run the event, and we're out of time. Basically, we've postponed 3 weekends in a row. We've got to run because there's just not enough weekends left in the year to get the nationals run with things like the Euro Juniors, which we have to select a team for in the coming weeks because that takes place in July. So getting the juniors done is really key. But of course, it's a May bank holiday weekend. It's half term, and there are a number of absentees, unfortunate absentees due to prior arrangements, holiday plans, and even someone like Eli Perrins Davis, who would be one of the favourites, underrated. No, he's just finished at the Pro Junior in Morocco. So Elliot Barton is in Bali. So there's just 2 examples, and I know there's some others because I see the various emails coming in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a shame for those guys to miss out.
Elliot in Bali on a family trip.
I would have thought. So. I don't know the detail, but obviously, Elliot's just come back. For those who do or don't know, from El Salvador, the World Juniors. We had a reduced-sized team that we sent over.
A couple of very good performances out there. I thought Elliot and Mr. Buick.
Yeah, Ewan surfed very well. Made progress through a heat or 2, and at world level, it is just mind-blowing the standard.
And it was a great experience for all of them. I was chatting a little bit earlier to Tom O'Leary, and he was saying that he hadn't done so well in the contest. I said, well, that's not all of it though, is it? And they were hosted at the ambassador's house, weren't they?
Yes.
In San Salvador.
British ambassador. Yeah. So, well, I've never been to El Salvador. Have you, Tom?
I have. Yeah, I've been to the place where they hold that. I went there in 2006, and it was a pretty sketchy place, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Back then, I find it hard to imagine how they've got it that much in order. In what it was about sort of 10, 12 years later that they started running ISA Worlds there. But I'm told that it's a great setup now with lots of infrastructure and good places to stay, good places to eat. Great waves. I mean, that's never changed.
Yeah. I was speaking to Surfline's Jamie Bateman, who's actually judging this event as well as forecasting for us, and I was asking him about how do they get so much swell so consistently, and he's just explaining the roaring 40s and how open to that constant storm activity in the the very far southern reaches of the ocean on our planet.
So there's a lot less land, isn't there, in the southern hemisphere than there is in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
So
swell travels.
Yeah. So anything facing south into the southern hemisphere has got more fetch for waves to come from, and anything facing north into the northern hemisphere. Although ironically, the north shore of Hawaii is facing north into the northern hemisphere, isn't it? But then that's up that Aleutian stretch, and southern hemisphere is also colder than the northern hemisphere because of how much water it's got. Well, should we talk about who's in this heat? This is another final, right?
It is indeed. It's another under 14 straight final. This is the boys. We're just, I think, we're waiting for the heat to start, and I think what the contest director may have decided to do, just pause for a minute, because that last heat, that, as I say, we'd seen signs of the swell starting to fill in just before it, and then unfortunately, it kind of went really slow for that heat. It wasn't great conditions. The winds picked up a bit, and now we're waiting for this turn of the tide, as I say, which will definitely bring in the swell.
It's about half an hour out, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, the low's 3 o'clock. You could even be 4 before we see it.
We do actually have the tide information, and we can, at some point when Director Diana is currently having a little battle with a cable, but it would be possible to have a look at some of the tide info. We can look at exactly what to expect today, and we can see the slight difference between the tides today and tomorrow. I can see the Beach Marshal Rigian Brewer, though, is setting himself up, so it does look like he's going to possibly push go on this one. There's a right-hander just coming across. I mean, to me, I'd be out there.
To me,
would you?
Nah, no, not at all. I mean, well, I say not at all. Fan surf for a while. I think I would be primed to go out there, though, Tom, because I know what's coming.
Define a while.
Oh, like next 20 minutes.
And here's the tides. So, as you can see there.
Test me here, Tom, on my memory, because I believe it's an
go on.
8.8 metre tide today.
It is. Well, it was. That was the high tide. Now we're our next figure is the low.
So low tide was 252.
This
is Paul's call.
Yeah. Go on, see if you can do the meterage for low.
Oh, it's 8.9.
No, well, 8.8 was the high this morning, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry.
So low.
Pass.
It goes in units of 1.1, so it's 2.2.
2.2.
It's a quarter of the height. Oh, look at that on the front side. That's a really nice start there. And we'll tell you who that was now. There is a spotter giving us colours.
Yeah, we've looked in this afternoon because it was absolutely lacing it down this morning, wasn't it, Tom? And
9 metres tonight, by the way. So once that tide turns,
it's a big old tide for this part of the world.
it's got 6.8 metres of tide to drag in. That is a lot. Sunset at 9:16 p.m. So in theory, well, I suppose it'd be too high by sunset, wouldn't it? But in theory, it might be possible to run quite a while.
Well, we could run till almost 10 o'clock tonight, and that's one of the ideas.
Will it work through the high?
Probably. There'll be enough swell, but I don't think we'll be here that late.
There's the surfer, I think, in yellow on one there. So that is Bryn Baker. So we've got a couple of scores that will drop shortly, and we'll have a situation in this heat. So this one then is the under 14 boys final.
And who have we got in there here, Tom? Can you call the
So
best?
we've got Finn Bell in the red, we've got Max Davis in the white, Bryn Baker in the yellow, and Ted Davis in the blue. It's interesting to see how, names, the way people give names. You got Bryn and Ted. They're some of the sort of traditional older Welsh names are making a bit of a comeback. We'll be seeing a Nigel sooner or later, or a Terry.
And no offence to any Nigels listening in. I'm assuming they're
or Terrys, or I mean, you and I, of course, we're reliably named after apostles, aren't we? Mark, in fact, you're a gospel, aren't you? There's a gospel according to Saint Mark.
You're into territory that is I know little about.
Yeah, it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Thomas is just a random hanger-on. Only one name from those 12 that didn't catch on, apart from in band names, and that is the name Judas.
Yeah, that wasn't a popular name.
No.
Even I know reasons why not for that. But no, I am a Mark. And the reason I am a Mark is because when I was born, I had a mark in the middle of my head.
Is that why?
My forehead, and that's
still there.
That's sunk south, and it's now on the front of my face, and it's now a very large nose. And I'm just looking at some beautiful women down here today, Tom. I'm looking at my fiancée to the left, stuffing chips.
Yeah.
And making it known that she's not happy that I've just made reference to her.
But she doesn't have any kids with her, so how has she done that? Are they in the car?
No, they're with my mother-in-law to be, because I say Beth is now my fiancée.
Yes,
I'm
of
very
course.
proud and pleased to be getting married next year. Dates and invites to follow. And look at this set,
That
Tom.
is the wave of the day. It's actually caught all of the competitors completely by surprise, although I think there's a possibility that on the one behind we are going to see somebody. No, that's got everybody. I mean, that, if you're out there, that would be bowling in real nice, wouldn't it?
Someone's got
there
the
is on the inside, on the tail. That's the surfer in green again, I think, or is it white? That's either green or white.
Well, that's what I was mentioning the weather earlier. We got somebody on the goofy foot there going as well, looking for an inside connection, and because we've got the glare to deal with a bit, which our viewers perhaps won't appreciate, is that we're staring directly into the sun. Fortunately, with this later start now, the sun will start drifting to the right and make that a little easier on our eyes. And I would anticipate, Tom, that later on, if this swell does fill in as we anticipate, we'll be moving to the left-hand side of the beach.
Yeah, you will, yeah.
To surf the right-hander. So the right-hander that's known as the left.
You guys call it the left-hander, don't you? Yeah.
Yep. There was a very interesting conversation just took place about which wave we'll be surfing when, with the confusion over the left and the right. A couple of fishermen I know set up camp there. Hopefully they won't be there when the tide turns. We'll
be hoping to get a reboot on the scores, because at the moment you can still see the current scores are not 0 all round, but that's the hardest bit, syncing up the clock and the scores to what we can see. But I'm sure that'll be done. It's that wave over there, the left as you call it.
Well, it's the left-hand side is the key term, the correct term.
real fan of that wave. I know you guys here tend to avoid, don't you? And you tend to surf the peak out front a lot more. But that one, because obviously coming from Porthcawl, there's one condition where Porthcawl doesn't have a surf spot, and that is a strong wind, and a low tide.
Yeah, and that's one good thing about the right-hander, or the left-hand side, as it's affectionately known in this part of the world, is that, and we're looking at it now, Tom, and
there's waves coming through.
Yeah, and that's a really good sign, because being a local here, that's kind of an indicator that there is a swell out here, because sometimes if it's minimal swell, you only see something on the peak.
Yeah.
And as the swell starts to slowly come in with the turn of the tide, you're starting to see lines over there. That's really positive before the turn of the tide. So, not to harp on and labour a point, but tidal flow in this part of the world, we'll see waves jump from 1 foot to 4 foot, or even 6 foot.
I've always enjoyed surfing that wave down there. I think I'll often try and I'll spot it a few days out, and I like to take a little detour through the Vale on the way home from my day job.
It's a popular wave, it's a long right-hander. Yeah, I mean, in terms of yards, what do you say, 100 yards plus?
Strong rip cuts the crowd up as well, so you can,
Can do.
And it isn't, although correct me if I'm wrong, it's not generally that bad etiquette either, is it, to get out and do the run around and then arrive in the lineup at the top of the point again?
No, some people do use that as a kind of a cheap way of getting to the top of the pecking order.
I haven't yet had anybody drop in on me and shout at me and wax my windscreen for doing it.
I think,
or is that about to happen?
Amongst the locals, there's a kind of a general tolerance between us to allow that to happen.
As long as you behave and you don't sort of immediately pick off the best set you can and then do it again and again and again, I suppose, is it?
Yeah, there's the occasional time that it gets, somebody may use that trick a little too often, and because I've had that situation. I've been waiting for a set, somebody's caught it who had the gentleman's priority, and then come back around and having caught the wave to the shore, come back round, walk round, and got another one, and done it even 2-3 times.
You have
Craig Bright was probably one of the key offenders.
Oh, would he?
Listen to add. And Gareth Curtis.
Gareth Curtis. There's a name synonymous with everybody else's wave count going down.
Gareth's such a nice man. Yeah. In the water, he's amusing,
especially since he's discovered longer wavecraft now.
Yeah. And just look, this nice plate of chips making our way here, Tom. Can I interest you in one?
Sure thing. So at the moment, if as the viewers you can see the scoreboard over the bit of the lineup that you need to be able to see, then I apologise for that. I'm sure the technical team are working on it.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. I got my contact lenses in, which means I can't see the screen in front of me because it's too close to my face. But I can see the surface in the water, and it's the given the choice. Obviously, that was the.
You run with the surface in the water.
Yeah,
it'd be good to
of course.
Go.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, we're just.
I'm going to describe a little bit of the scenery around here as well, because I know you've got at the moment the camera angle is quite a close one on the lineup. At the moment, every now and then you can see right the way across the channel as far as Lynmouth.
A bit more to the right there.
So is that Minehead we can see then, the valley on the horizon? Is that Minehead?
No, Porlock.
That's Porlock, right, okay. And then this is right, okay. And I can see then Minehead. To the left of that is the cliffs, and then Minehead's up the other way. Porlock is the port, harbour, whatever you want to call it, from which one of the most famous voyages in all of literature set sail. So it's a made-up voyage. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Okay. The ship was cleared, the harbour cheered, merrily did we drop. Below the kirk, below the lighthouse top. There isn't actually a lighthouse in Porlock from my memory.
Nope.
But I took an Australian friend to Porlock when Lynmouth had maxed out, which is rare, and he got
that is rare.
He got about 5 or 6 seconds of Torquay. He's from Torquay. He got about 5 or 6 seconds of Torquay tunnel time before getting shut down, actually. But this wave came through, and he dropped in. It was an absolute bomb, and he was in the barrel, and he drove through and through and through and through and through, and then got shut down. But I was doing my absolute best to then pretend that I wasn't completely blown away that somebody had just got kegged off their nut in Porlock Weir, and I was sort of going, oh, it was a decent looking one you had there, Brett, you know, kind of trying to pretend that it's like that all the time. It isn't.
Well, I think if you look at what's in front of us at the moment, I think that would confirm
It's the
not
average.
it's not like that all the time. Yeah, Porlock.
You surfed it?
I haven't. I've checked it numerous times. I've seen waves there. It's frustratingly close in terms of as we sit here, sort of 13 miles away. But because of the Bristol Channel and the routes across, it's about a 3-hour drive from here, so fair distance. But yeah, it's a great wave as I understand, and then of course Lynmouth, kind of an opposite land to it. It's a long left-hander, and we've got the long right-hander, which we hope to see show its teeth later on.
I was asking Surfline's Jamie Bateman about this earlier. Do you know, I'm never gonna stop being excited at using that phrase. You know, Surfline's Jamie Bateman. It's got a great ring to it. Obviously, Jamie having done a lengthy career in IT, I think he wasn't he, at Logica? But then now he's been Surfline for a good couple of years now. What, 3 years?
Like maybe longer. He was kind of doing a step-in volunteer role. Look at that, the right-hander there. Tom, sorry, our viewers won't see this, but we're just taking note. Yeah, Jamie did a stint of kind of
there for Surfer White.
Yeah. Say
scores are not working is the confirmation, so they're off. So we'll if they're able to make an announcement from the PA, we'll update you with it. But otherwise, we're kind of old school how watching heats used to be back in the day.
Yeah,
which is kind of nice.
Yeah, and apologies, we're probably not doing our Surfers in the Water a true service with commentating on what we're seeing, but it's exceptionally hard at the moment with the glare.
Going off paper, right? I think that was the Surfer in White, Max Davis. And then I think we've got Ted Davis is in the blue, Bryn Baker in the yellow, and Finn Bell in the red. For me, I'd be saying that it's been the yellow and white have picked up a couple of good ones. It's this is still anybody's heat to open up though and really get onto a bit of open face and whack it around a bit. That hasn't yet happened.
No, and as we saw with that one set that came through that caught everyone off guard, I think if somebody had got on that really would have been a heat winner, you know, as that's the phrase.
I know some of these kids watch it back, so perhaps they can pick up a little bit of advice here for what it's worth. There's not really that much use surfing a wave in a heat that is obviously not going to top the two best scores that you've already got on your card.
Yeah.
And in heats where there isn't a live scoring system, I've always told kids to get two waves as quickly as you can, and then don't bother looking at anyone else as long as you don't interfere with anyone. Just surf against your own best two scores for the rest of the heat. Just keep trying to beat, and so you should really, I mean, a set like that one that came through, it was halfway through the heat. Any surfer who'd ridden two waves should have been sitting out there and waiting for that one. And it's not that much use picking up another 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the competitors in this heat and that occasion, that set came in quite early in the heat.
Yeah,
so
it was about 8 minutes in, wasn't it?
Bit soon. But I think one of the things you'll pick up if you watch enough heats, and if you are wishing to or hold aspirations to become a competitive surfer and have a job as a pro surfer, then watch as many heats as you possibly can to sort of kind of build your own competitive strategy. And watching the ISA World Juniors, one of the things that was key there in El Salvador, where you did have a thumping swell, was quick start. And you mentioned it in your advice there, Tom. Quick start is key.
Yeah.
Or it just helps. It just puts the pressure on your competitors straight away. And what a great position if you'd had a quick start in this heat.
You'd have been on that one then.
You'd have been on that set wave, waiting at the back, hopefully with priority.
And then you'd have been spending the rest of the heat hoping that there wasn't going to be another one of those sets.
Yeah. I mean, the quick start doesn't always guarantee success.
Just turned the disc to the 5-minute flag. So there's 5 minutes left in this heat now.
Sorry, Tom. Let me just...
and the scores are up to date.
So you just said they turned the disc to the 5-minute flag.
Yes.
So is it a disc or a flag?
Yeah, sorry, it's that is a mixed metaphor.
It was.
For
wasn't it?
which I can only offer my most profuse apologies. Scores are now working. It's a 5-man heat, Tony.
Yeah.
Oliver Molyneux is also in the water. And Bryn Baker is leading. And in fact, he's leading well. But this here, I think that is Bryn Baker there, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the
He was adopting a kind of almost like a.
he did the pencil dive.
It was a tucked pencil dive.
It was.
Because
He's been watching Caitlin Simmers last night.
there was certainly not enough water to do a pencil dive in there, but it's in that situation of like, probably dry rock in
He's,
front, and
He'd been watching Joanne Defay and who else was it? Tyler Wright and Joanne Defay's heat was a battle of the pencil dives last night, wasn't it?
well, one thing I would say out there, I mean,
Well, they've all got scores on the board.
yeah, it's obviously it's a bolder point, but it does allow you to surf into the shallows this way.
It does.
And it doesn't need to be very big to become quite surfable, as long as it's kind of semi-clean. And these right-handers on this wind condition
You'd
will offer the higher scoring potential, I would say.
you'd always, if it's warm enough, you would always surf out here barefoot, wouldn't you?
Oh God, yeah.
Because you do see some cut feet, don't you, when people go over this reef
Yeah.
barefoot if they do it in too much of a rush.
Yeah. I think it was last year. I was just walking down the sand in front of us, and I wasn't concentrating, and I just stubbed my toe on a rock under the sand, and I had one of those lids to my big toe that was it was a really, really deep one. It was one of those.
Did you peel your big toe like a banana?
Oh, it was one of those where whenever I showed anyone it or the photo, they nobody, where you gotta go.
A source of immense pleasure to everybody else other than you.
Sort of sharp pain in your lower.
There's a fabulous story of Oki doing that, and in J Bay apparently Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater tells the story. He says that it was like. He says he felt the earth move.
Yeah, well, those limbs, I would imagine a stub toe would make the earth move. But another famous toe stubbing story, which I must, while we're on the subject, it's my very good friend Mark Jones, jock, who's
bless him. He's
had terrible.
He's out of hospital again.
Yeah, he's had some
2
poor
minutes
health.
left, by the way.
He's just finished his latest stem cell treatment, and he's back home and on the road to recovery. So
yeah,
very, very pleased to have him back. And
good on you, jock.
I mean, crikey, there's not many people who can be getting treatment for cancer in a hospital that decide to then get a.
He was training, wasn't he? Yeah.
Get a pedal machine. I mean, when he had his last set of treatment, going back a number of years, he used his 2 weeks in hospital to use a converted bike pedal machine to converted that into a paddle machine, and clocked up a couple of 100 kilometres paddling around the Welsh coastline for charity, which he did. He had radiotherapy treatment on the Monday recently, and then was running the London Marathon on the Sunday.
Oh my God!
And he's just finished some.
What a hero!
Yeah, just finished his stem cell treatment in Singleton
I didn't realise
Hospital.
there was that short a time between the treatments.
Yeah,
but has he stubbed his toe before then? Has he?
Well, this is what I come to, because this is a man who's clearly pushing himself and his body, his training through everything known to man. He's just after his latest set of treatment.
Oh, on the back on there, I think that's Ted Davis. Sorry, go on.
Left the hospital in record time, and you're like, this is a warrior. This is a man who's obviously got no fear, no pain barrier, apart from when it comes to stubbing his toe, because he stubbed his toe once on a Atlantic boys trip to Ireland, and he had to be consoled, comforted. I'm not quite sure how much sympathy, empathy and concern any of the lads on a stag trip
I'd
could
imagine
raise.
close to none.
And the words were, after he stubbed a toe, and it was a very minor toe stub, Tom, he actually said, "I've lost a lot of blood."
Going to end here. There we go. It's the end of the heat. And it is going to be Bryn Baker holding on for the win there. So we've crowned Josie Hawke and Bryn Baker heat after heat there. So he'd lost blood. It's impossible to lose blood through a stubbed toe, isn't it? Because isn't that the shape of the toe stops it happening?
Look, let's just say no stitches were required, maybe a plaster, and certainly no blood was lost. But Jock, love him. He's not a fan of the red stuff. He did go a little blue.
Now I'm curious. Was it Jock who? I seem to remember. Oh, now this is going back like something like 20, 25 years. Wrote a car off by Lacanau with a guy called Sol who's moved away.
Yeah, that is correct. Sol wasn't involved, I don't think, and Sol came to his rescue. But yeah,
no, it was me and another guy called Hugh Williams who rescued them. We gave them a lift. We picked them up at the side of the road with this car upside down.
Yeah, 2 secs, Tom. Just been summoned for a reason.
Vaughan's off for a meeting. Vaughan's off for a meeting, which means that we could be getting some news about what the rest of the plan could be. This wind is now quite strong, I've got to say.
This one now, the longboard. Okay, Tom. Well, I'm gonna have to cut this fine. Yeah, they've got a situation. I need an extra judge, so I'm gonna have to go and do my second job. So we'll come back to that story.
Well, I think that is the story. So Vaughan's off to do a bit of longboard judging. Now, in these conditions, I would say longboard judging is a pretty tough gig because longboards. The thing that makes longboard judging so difficult is how many people are riding waves at the same time. So the wind now is keeping a kite high in the air, just in front of us to the right. So there's going to be a little break between these two heats. We'll be back to you shortly. Well, I've got quite good news actually. Beside the fact that there's a longboard heat about to hit the water, Mark Vaughan hasn't got to go and judge it, and so he can give us a little bit further, a little bit more information. So let me tell you what I know about this legendary incident where Jock. Now I believe it was Jock and this fella called Sol. So this is my understanding of it. Was that I was with a guy called Hugh Williams from Porthcawl, and we were driving between Hortan and Lacanau. And at the side of the road, we found two sorry-looking people and a car that was upside down. And if I remember right, burned out as well.
It wasn't upside down. What had happened is Jock was in the back of his larder estate, converted into...
it was an estate.
Yeah, and which is quite a vehicle to take on that sort of distance from Llanset Major down to the southwest of France. And he was cooking in the back. And unfortunately, his gas primer... caught, basically the sponge lining for his bedding caught on fire, and it was quite a serious situation at that point because Jock had to escape from the vehicle and rescue as much of his belongings as he could, and it literally went up in seconds. Big, full inferno in the forest because that's where he's camping. So the fire brigade were involved, the authorities, and I think he was left with a surfboard, and possibly a passport. That's about it.
We gave them a lift to Hortan, where they then stayed with Anthony Storer. I think we left them with him.
Well,
if I remember rightly.
This is where I can pick up from the story because Jock then phoned me from France, reverse charge call, if anyone can remember what they are, which is basically you get into something called a payphone, which don't really exist anymore, and you phone the operator, who you then request to put a reverse charge call through to wherever you want in the world, and the recipient picks up the bill for it, and so
as well as a massive connection fee.
Yeah, connection fee from abroad then would have been like sort of 10 quid minimum.
Yeah.
Just to kick off, and then £1 a second.
Yeah.
So Jock rang me to tell me of his misfortune, and then said, "I need your help. Can you get in touch with P&O Ferries or whoever you sailed across with, because he had lost all his travellers' checks, which again was the thing of the past.
Very,
now.
very important travellers' checks back in the day.
Yeah, they were. They were the way of securing your spending money abroad.
See the kite has now made its way onto the screen that you guys see at home, so it's a little measure of the wind.
Yeah, so Jock rung me, said, "Look, Vorney, help me, I've got no money, I've lost everything in a fire, I've got a surfboard, I'm still on my pair of boardies, and that's all I've got. Can you get in touch with the P&O Travellers Checks department and ask them to get the money to me?" So I went about this with vigour to come to my mate's aid and rescue, and when I finally, you can imagine how many phone calls and all the kind of security stuff you'd have to get through.
It would have been a day's work.
Oh, it was hours and hours of work, and they only to be told that the 50 quid's worth of travellers checks would be reimbursed, and I said 50 quid. And I'd gone.
He was living on a sandwich American every 2 days.
Yeah, he'd gone for the summer, and that was all he had taken with him was 50 quid. All he had left anyway. So that startled me somewhat. Yeah. And the amount of hours and effort and the cost to our business of everyone that was involved.
It probably cost 50 quid.
Oh, and the rest. Yeah, I'd have given him the 50 quid. So there we go. So Jock love him. And by the time I phoned him back and told him I had managed to reimburse his £50, and he had already met some German surfers who had given him a place to stay, some clothing, and some money, and I dare say he was better off then than when he arrived. So, which is a long story about Jock, and we've talked about him for a while, but he has had a real poor run of health lately. And
is there a cause we can donate to because he wasn't the big paddle-a-thon that he did on the hospital ward was for charity, was it?
Yeah, it was, and the latest one he's done, it's on his Facebook page, Mark Jones. It's a Just Giving site, I believe. I'll do some research and find that out. But if you look for Mark Jones, which is quite a common name in surfing, but if you look under my friends on Facebook, Mark Vaughan, you'll find him. There's
two big Mark Joneses in Welsh surfing, isn't there? There's him, and then there's the Kook.
Yeah, indeed.
But the Kook is now a golfer, I'm told.
Yeah, quite some surfer, Mark. The Kook.
Both of them, both Jock and Kook, both great surfers.
Yeah. So we need to concentrate on what's going on now, Tom, because we've waffled a lot here. And
we're a couple of minutes underway with the under-18 boys longboard final. We've got Seth Reed in the red, Willem Beck in the yellow, Eddie Waring in the green, and Katie David is in the blue in this one.
Yeah,
I think that is Katie David with an in and out there.
It's a mixed heat, this one, because we've got a few surfers missing. I dare say, I think Seth, I was led to believe that he was struggling to get down here today. So after this heat, things, the action goes proper. Yeah,
he's. It's been a relatively slow start, and I say relatively relative to the action at the back end of the last heat. But here now on what probably are the two best waves of this heat so far, we've got. I think that was Beck and Waring going in two different directions. I think there's a possibility that there could be an hour on hold or so after this. I know there's a little bit of discussion going on.
Yeah, just one of the things about being a local at this beach is
it'll change constantly.
Yeah, it changes. I mean, look, we've been caught out slightly. We anticipated the wind, the swell to pick up quite dramatically from when that first heat started.
Well, it's low tide in 7 minutes' time.
Yeah, but as we said, the wind picked up and it just knocked that bit of swell, sort of wave height off, as it's blown quite strong now.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, once the tide turns, you will see the swell fill in, and we've got the under 16 girls to go in after this longboard heat. And
yeah, we do want to make sure they've got something to go along on, don't we?
Yeah, and this is why we've been a little sort of casual about what's been going on, because we've had straight finals, and this heat again, we're a number of competitors down, so it's a fact of surfing for your trophy, especially in the case for Katie here in this heat, who's the lone female. We've mixed her in with the boys just to get her.
She's surfing very well for her trophy, I will say, because I think that was her on that last little left-hander, so I think she's going to improve on her second score. Now here on the back side, I think that looks like it's Willem Beck, and he goes off in a very shallow section there, and then the wave just goes underneath Eddie Waring, so paddled into that one and just popped up a fraction too soon. The wave went underneath him.
Yeah. So I just had a word with Hugh John, Welsh Surfing Federation, everything. So chairman, founder, well, not quite founder, but not far off. But Hugh is absolutely critical to the WSF and the work he's done over the last 4 decades. It's just been incredible. We're all beneficiaries of his and Linda Sharp's work. But Hugh just having a whisper in my ear to say, look, might have to go on hold here because the swell is, if anything, it's getting worse. So we're just gonna consider that. It'll only be a short pause.
Yeah, just got to make sure that there's enough wave face to cope with what this wind is doing to it, isn't there? And also, if it picks up enough, this wind is having a lot less of an impact on the point break, isn't it? The left-hander, or the left-hand side, right-hand breaking point break.
Yeah, and Hughes just nodded at me and just said, look, we're going to have a half-hour break by the looks after this heat, because at the moment, it's borderline surf. Well, I think if anything, perhaps the girls had in the very first heat, the better of it. It was almost cleaner then.
They did. It was bowling. If you remember what that was like, if you could push a button and turn it into that again, now you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, disappointing that we're here, because obviously once we press the button and the green light, we don't want any pause in the action, but equally we can't help Mother Nature, and she's just deciding to be a little slow. But I'm just looking ahead here, Tom. All of a sudden, that's probably the first
solid wave there.
The first wave of note in some time in terms of size, and it does.
The thing is, you put somebody down the bottom of one of those waves, and there's a
that's
it's shoulder high for a Grom.
It is, and it literally it's almost like somebody presses a button in this part of the world, and then all of a sudden, you were looking at it 1 minute, there was no surf, and then all of a sudden the waves are coming through.
Did you say low tide was 2:42? Is that what
52.
you've got? 52. See, now my watch says 2:46, and as the time that the tide turns, and we've got them on the screen again. There they are. Yeah, 2:52, a 2-meter low. It is not long from there, is it? It's about 5 minutes, really. As soon as that channel kind of stops moving, the swell can start to feel its way back up and through.
And again, the importance of perhaps going on hold to ensure the conditions improve is that these first 3 heats, obviously they're really important to ensure that the trophies are awarded to the deserved winners, and that there's sufficient ways to award Welsh titles. But you are into European places come the under 16s, under 18s. So and a lot of these surfers, I think all of them in the under 14s will be then in the under 16s. So they've got 2 bites.
It's making and marring careers once you get up into those places where kids are going to qualify for Europeans and things like that, isn't it?
Yeah, you need. We don't want a situation where somebody's managed to get up on the white water twice and
gone to the Europeans.
Gone to the Europeans where it's 8 foot and they don't want to go in.
Is that going to be in Praia de Santa Cruz again? Santa Cruz in Portugal? It is. Is that now the established venue for that place?
It does seem the European Junior sort of home of competitive surfing for that particular, well, in fact, European surfing.
There's a Bavina QS there, isn't there? A big QS.
Yeah, but I say European surfing, I mean European Surfing Federation home.
Are they in Santa Cruz? Are they?
Santa Cruz again, a bit like El
right.
Salvador has for the ISA. Santa Cruz is for the European Surfing Federation. It's just hard to beat. They're so open to swell in the summer.
Yeah.
Obviously the water's, it's not boiling there. You know, it's 3-2, maybe a short arm. I know it can wear a short. Yeah. In fact, water temperatures, I would say, Tom, in that part of the world
Same
seem
as
to be.
here.
Well, yeah, they've warmed up quite a bit though. From when I was at Grom, I used to go to Portugal, it'd be freezing. I swear, the water's got warmer down there.
I remember not knowing anything about the place when I was a teenager, right? And I had been to France a couple of times, and to me, I remember thinking, oh, you know, if you're in Jersey, you must be surfing in board shorts because you're south of Porthcawl. That wasn't true. Then France, board shorts, Caverton, surfing in board shorts a lot. And then I was blessed to myself qualify for a Junior Europeans in Santa Cruz. This is a long, long time ago, back when dinosaurs roamed. And I remember going home to pack my stuff, and I had assumed that it would be like tropical down there. And I remember Linda Sharp saying to me, pack a full 3-2. And I said, what?
Yeah.
And Linda Sharp said, the water there is going to be as cold as Porthcawl. And she wasn't wrong. And it does pull an onshore in the afternoons, doesn't it, in the summer as a result?
Yeah, well, funny enough, I had a very similar experience going to Portugal for the first time, and I went with Linda Sharp, and she didn't make that phone call to me.
So you travelled with your boardies?
Oh, I travelled with a shorty, and it was luckily it was September.
It's actually less of a gap then, isn't there?
Yeah, kind of. It's the water temperature is at its peak.
Yeah.
In terms of highest numbers, but it was still really cold. But that's what I say, because I went to Portugal last June. And the water then, I mean, I went with my kids, Josh and Izzy.
Which bit of Portugal?
Peniche.
Oh, right, and, west facing.
Yeah, and it was, we were swimming in boardies, like snorkeling, you know, and I was anticipating it being unbearable, but it really was, you know, perfectly fine.
That is unusual, you are right.
But obviously there's, you know, sort of currents here. Here we go.
Good looking wave here on the front side. Now I think this is Eddie Waring, is it? And there's a big inside rail floater and landed.
Brilliant. Well, there we go.
Now I can't see for sure if that's the surfer in green or the surfer in white.
And
we'll know imminently.
And we got someone on the backhand there as well, just getting stuck behind the white water.
That was the wave of the heat by a mile. I'll be able to tell you who it was when we see the priority change.
Well, what I would say, Tom, is that shows that, you know, the swell, we're getting at the low tide mark, the swell's starting to peak a little bit, will build, and what we saw there was the first sort of genuine section we've seen.
That was the manoeuvre of the day so far, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the first genuine section we've seen since the competition has started.
I mean, if the highest score in this heat so far is a 2.33, you'd have to be thinking that that's going to be a sort of 6 or a 7 or something, wouldn't you say?
That's in the 5s, yeah, 5s, maybe in a 6. It depends. I haven't been keeping an eye on the scale, but it is starting to all of a sudden look a bit different. Here we go. Somebody else up and riding now. Yeah. It's on their backhand of white
style there. Yeah, difficult to see the colours.
I
think that was green, which I think means that it was white that rode that wave. Now I am sorry if you are the family of Willem Beck, and I'm making you think that your son, grandson, nephew has just ridden the wave of the event. I'm sorry if it wasn't him. But for those not related, we're going to try and give you that information. I think it looks to me, if I had to put money on it, I'd say that was the surfer in white.
Yeah, to be fair, Tom, we've got sunglasses on. The sun is beaming down on our melons, and we're trying to look at a screen where you have to take your glasses off to look at the screen. And even on the screen, it's very difficult to see the colours at the moment. I mean, that sun is moving slowly to the right. Our judges don't have the same trouble because they're elevated.
Well, and hopefully the viewers at home don't have the same trouble, because I think you're looking at a TV screen, whereas we've got a little plasma tablet.
What a nice problem to have. The sun is out, because this morning, and indeed yesterday's forecast was for torrential rain all day, and then that changed this morning. The rain passed literally about midday.
We've got the clock working, but not the scores now, so we'll give it to you as soon as we know. Let me ask you then, Fawny, because you have been injured this spring. How's that?
Yeah, I'm enduring.
Was it hip, back, hip and back?
No, I dislocated my elbow.
And then shoulder, wasn't it?
Beginning of December. No, I tore my knee cartilage then in March.
Oh right, so nothing. So I've guessed every other limb than the
yeah.
one you actually hurt.
To be honest, I probably injured those as
I've
well.
been listening.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I didn't phone you because I knew you wouldn't care. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a bad run. Yeah, I just got the elbow repaired, which was, I gotta say, if you've ever dislocated your elbow, or if you ever do, it is.
I envy you that experience.
Yeah, when I went into the hospital, I was expecting them to laugh, and there was quite concerned looks on the faces of the medical team.
Yeah,
and that didn't really fill me with any confidence. And yeah, after several goes of trying to get it back in, they had to put me out, and I was anticipating to wake up with some pins in my elbow, as it was and from there on in, despite the comical and very unfortunate circumstances of the slip and fall on the school run,
is that I was told it?
Yeah, I was told I was very lucky from there on, and kept progressing at speed at some
right elbow, left elbow,
left, mind-numbing physio. It's only in the last. I mean, we went down to the Wilkinson Sword earlier in the year. I'm still struggling to get.
I enjoyed watching your heat in that.
Yeah, well, I only served just to represent, but I couldn't get to my feet because I just couldn't push up. But the push-ups are back, and and then the knee went. So there we go, all part of getting old.
So what's your status now? Is the knee working again?
No, I got to have an operation.
So you out the water?
I don't. I'm surfing when it's good, because I'm not wasting time. But it's getting progressively worse.
And are you hoping to compete end of June when the seniors run?
I may have undergone surgery then, so
you might be out totally.
Yeah, so I'll be sat. Our viewers have to put up with me droning on down the microphone for the full weekend, because it's a bit of a situation there with my knee. But there we go.
We've got some info coming in. And
green second.
Okay. So it must have been the surfer in white, because white is in first and green is in second. So it must have been white. But we haven't heard the actual score that wave in white was. So what you've got on the screen isn't right. The clock is right. The scores are not. So we're. I'm going to try.
Yeah, good. I think we will, after this, if we are to go on pause for half an hour, I think you and I will be very grateful, because after only 3 heats, I've already got sort of an eye-straining headache forming as we're juggling the sunglasses glare screen flick through back and
down at the British, right? Down at the British. You know, the WSF's own Steve White.
Oh, here we
go. Now, this could change the direction of the heat, but no. Oh, that was Eddie Waring.
Do you know what? Keep an eye on the one behind, Tom, because usually there's a couple.
Yeah.
What we've seen a couple of ways within a set. And
that was Eddie Waring. I thought he might.
I thought the second one, the ways behind the first would be a little bit cleaner, perhaps.
But given that Waring is chasing a score of around. It's around the 4 mark. That must have been a solid enough score for Beck on that front side.
Ooh, look at this one.
Oh, and there he goes. Now this is Beck again. Now this is going to seal the deal if he can hit the lip again here.
He does.
Oh, he doesn't manage to land it.
That was a tricky section to come to. All the chop was coming towards him, wasn't it?
With 1:40 remaining, then it's not impossible that Waring can get himself back out there. Katie David is in the blue, and Seth Reed in the red. They'll both be wanting to do something about it. And here up on the front side, I think that is Katie David in the blue, and that's a nice stylish bit of walk. Doesn't quite manage the reform on the inside section. Yeah, the British are our own Steve White, who apparently is now in some tropical islands somewhere, I'm told. He was filming all day, and now I don't know exactly how the filming thing works, but there were viewfinder issues. And he was having to find a competitor. It was big and onshore, and he was having to follow. So they had one camera per competitor.
Yeah.
And he was having to follow his competitor, as in the one the colour he was ascribed to, with his eyes, and then keep trying to find them with the viewfinder as they were disappearing behind these walls of sunlit white water. And at the end of the day, he'd been doing it for about 8 hours solid. He hadn't had anything to eat. The wind had turned his face into a hog roast. And he was, in terms of a picture of human suffering. and he was sort of very calmly trying to tell me how bad it was. I feel really bad.
He is a calm, cool customer, is Steve. Not a lot rattles him.
I feel like really bad. Like I don't think I can face another minute outdoors, he was saying to me. And he had to do another 8 hours the next day.
Well, we won't be doing another heat for another 20 minutes, half an hour. As that longboard final concludes. We're going on hold
for that? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to go on hold for a little while. So I don't think we saw any. There was a couple of waves of note in there. But
well, it was that wave from Willem Beck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That arguably the wave of the event so far. If not Josie Hawkes opening left-hander.
Yeah, Josie.
On the backhand.
She did that lovely backhand snap, typical Josie type surfing.
Yeah,
and
great surfing.
We're in a situation now where we're just waiting for Mother Nature to cooperate.
So I'm assuming the WSF website is going to keep you up to date with what's going on. Follow us on the socials, and we will be live again as soon as the event takes the water. Thanks for your time again, Mark.
Yeah, no worries. I think we'll be back on not too distant future.
Lie in a darkened room for 10 minutes, and
we'll be back.
We'll be back.
It gave them a fright. When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
feedback is, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the wait, but we've been trying to ensure that we have sufficient conditions that give equal opportunity. We are looking to start the under 16 girls on the right hand point break, which is on the left hand side. So if the girls in the first of the under 16s heats look to collect your vests, it's quite a walk down there, so start to see the first of the waves come in over there, so hopefully we should get another couple of heats done for today. Also, we're just going to do an impromptu under 14s finalist presentation, because a number of them have long journeys to make, so they're going to have to come back tomorrow just for the prezzo. So we're just going to gather those kids together now. That's the under 14 boys. Just to confirm, keep an eye on the WhatsApp group, but the girls under 16 2 heats will be taking place on the left hand side of the beach. That's on the long right hand point break. We will continue to assess conditions. We will probably look to use the point again at some point later in the tide. We may try and get another 2 more heats done on the after the girls, so just bear with us a moment. But under 16 girls, you can start to suit up and get ready, please.
Good afternoon. We can do a piece to camera here, Vonnie. Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back. We're about to go on. We're going to go into the under 16 girls now. I think we've got 2 semi-finals in front of us, and hopefully conditions have improved quite a lot. There's some pretty solid waves coming through. We're going to go in on the point, which is now look at the nomenclature of these waves in Lantern. It is the left hand side, which is a right-hander.
Oh, hang on, somebody's giving me advice.
Is that right?
So we're on the left-hand side of the beach, which is the right-hander. Improved conditions, 2 heats to run. Then we'll be going on another little pause while we move the boys back onto the peak as the tide pushes in. And we're watching some of the boys surf some quite half-tidy waves. Watching Buick doing a few airs. We're underway.
So you always say now, there's a saying down here in Lantern, isn't there? So a left is actually a right. Hot and cold, are they the wrong way round as well?
Yeah, everything's backwards basically.
So if you say I'm hot, it means I'm cold, or is it do you have to say you're boiling?
No, you say is it hot means it's cold.
Right. Okay.
And is it cold means it's hot.
And then this is the left, which is a right, and you can see it right now. It's breaking to the right from the right, or from our right, their left.
You confuse me now, Tom. But look, who have we got in this heat?
Well, I heard Jamie Bateman say it pretty well earlier. He said, "Look, when I say right, I mean right and not left. Right."
Okay. Well, look, who have we got in this first heat, Tom? We've got your scores up there. We've got call the names.
So in the red, we've got Josie Hawke.
Okay.
We've got Gwenann Morgan in the white. Indy Lynch in the green. So we saw. We haven't seen Indy Lynch surf yet today. Indy Ward we saw surf earlier. And we saw Josie Hawke surf earlier. So Josie Hawke actually was having to run down to this heat ever so slightly late because she had to take part in a quick presentation, having won the under 14s a little bit earlier, and now they're out there. Now we've got the right heat sheet. Now this is actually underway. This heat is underway, so we haven't got the clock running at the moment or the live scores. Unfortunately, this morning they came in and out. Apparently, there's been a refresh to the software, which has yet to speed the software up. So
let's hope that software speeds your talking up as well, Tom, or your commentary. Because fair play, you milked that point. But let's have a look. We'll look. I'm just glancing to our left-hand side, and that's why it's called the left-hand side. I'm looking at our competitors. Interesting positions they've taken up, Tom. We've got
I think 3 of them walked down the wrong way too, didn't they? So.
Well, there's
knowledge of the lineup is important.
I don't think too many of these girls would have had much time in the water on this side of the beach, and it's a long right-hander. We know that. It's in the probably knee to shoulder high, depending on sets. It's a little slow, but there are some quite clean faces. So that westerly wind's cutting across, and if it was me, I'd be sat further left. And we got where I think that was red Josie Hawke paddling.
Would you?
Yeah, that is where I'd sit, because I think the other girls are a bit possibly too far out, and they're going to just be caught behind the section. But it's one of those interesting ones. Yeah, you're jostling for the inside track.
So here now, the surf in red, Josie Hawke, she's going to be up and riding. Yeah. And there we go, up and riding, getting a good bit of speed here in a section, comes off the top once, and that closes out. So are you saying that wave was probably slightly tighter on the point than you really want to be?
No, I think she's in the right place. I think she's sat exactly where you need to be, because where the other girls are a bit far out, and it's like unless there was a lot more swell, it's closing across that sort of 20-yard section. Look, if a bigger set comes in, they could well be in position. But Josie, we're talking about quick starts earlier. Yeah, she's applied that straight away. 2 quick turns. She's going to get a score under the bag. And sometimes it's more advantageous to be a little bit further down the point, paddling back out so you can see what's coming.
Oh, it's a couple of nice-looking waves, though, running down the point. Okay, yeah, so right up the top of the point now, this is Indy Lynch. Now she's in and out.
Yeah, that was very much just a quick account opener, I think.
Yeah. I know Indy surfed earlier, but not in the event.
Yeah, that's correct. And what's heartening, Tom, as well, as we look to go for the back into the boys' action following these 2 girls semi-finals, the under-16s, is the peak. There's a couple of lads out there at the moment.
Yeah.
it's head high out there now.
And that will make its way across the rocks here at
right
Hill Point, won't it? Yeah.
It will indeed. And the reason we're not running competition out there at the moment is the rip is at its most ferocious.
Yeah.
And
you can't go right.
Well, you can go right. It's just
you're not going to get back.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute walk back and paddle back round. So that's not really feasible in a
heat.
Competitive surfing.
But we're sticking with the 20-minute heats, which I think is great, isn't it? You know that there's still the flexibility in the schedule to be able to do that, so the surfers can kind of practice making sure they get the best the right two.
A couple of paddlers there, and obviously we're running with priority, so it'll be interesting to see who's. Oh, mind you, a couple of them, of course, have not gone up and riding yet, so they're not going to lose any priority. Green
wave, Indy Lynch again.
There we go.
Nice bit of spray on that one, and she's going to get round to the inside section here as well. So that it'd probably be in the same, probably within a point of Josie's wave, I would guess, because that was a pretty solid.
Yeah, I think if she managed another to get a little bit further down the line, and perhaps if that wave had a bit more juice, she should have had that opportunity to put another turn in, and perhaps equal Josie's score. But I gotta say that in terms of aesthetics, that bright green vest and the pink board will catch the judge's eye. Yeah, definitely. So
5 for the first of Josie in the red.
Go along with that,
and then we'll get the next. Now the first of Lynch is 0.83, which we'd hope isn't going to figure at the end of the heat.
No.
But if Josie were to score another, I mean, we've got a 10-point heat. I think anywhere above half marks in a national surfing competition you are unlikely to be eliminated with more than about half marks, aren't you, nowadays?
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Oh, here we go.
So someone on the backhand there, looked like white.
Yeah, it was Gwen Ann Morgan with an in and out.
Yeah.
Opens her account at least.
Yeah, and sometimes, we were talking about John needing a 3, which is to the rest of us is about, a 0.5.
Yeah.
Or in terms of scale. But he managed that at WSL Chopu last night in the last dire moments. You never know how much those little fractions of a score or what you might need can come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that 0.5 that probably has just been scored. She gets a scoring ride, and that adds to a total. Then it could make a difference.
As well, the thing is, once you've ridden a wave, any opponent who hasn't ridden a wave has then got to ride a wave.
Exactly.
And give up priority, and it just gets everything moving, doesn't it? So
don't know if you have watched any of the Stab Mag How Surfers Get Paid episodes, and if you haven't, I would strongly recommend you do. Oh, look at this one.
Yeah, it's in
she had a lovely nice. She had a lovely forehand cut back on that with a bit of speed.
The wave selection there, Josie didn't get one that was a runner. So both Indy and Josie are now going to drop to the bottom of the priority.
But I would say Indy will go into first after that exchange.
Yeah.
And
how easily do you think they can see priority from over there?
Do you know what? I think exceptionally challenging, I would say, Tom. But you know in your heart of hearts whether you got yeah. I mean, if it came down to a real priority tussle, then you got to be pretty sure in your own mind where you are in priority.
Stab,
or How Surfers Get Paid. You haven't seen any of it, have you?
No, I know you've told me that I should be watching it.
Yeah, there's two seasons, if you like, and some of it is absolutely fascinating.
Is it?
It's one of the best watches I've
really
in surfing. Yeah.
How long are the episodes?
Between about 35 and an hour and
like
10
a proper
minutes.
Documentary.
Oh yeah, superbly put together.
Is it?
Industry insights with all manner of people, from the professionals to team managers to industry leaders. It's in the surfing world. It's a fascinating watch. But yeah, I was watching the latest one, which is season 2, episode 4, I believe, and which follows on from the female side of the of the surfing. Oops, somebody just knocking on the door there. The surfing world, and again, there's some of the disparity in pay in the early days, and how women's surfing has progressed.
Is now,
significantly. Who we got Green again?
Lynch in and out, so she doesn't need that. Didn't have priority, so it doesn't matter. Go on, yeah. So, what the way that the pay has increased?
Well, certainly, Red Bull are one of the sort of in terms of their top team riders.
Yeah.
Male and female.
Right.
Equal pay, and obviously the WSL were some of the first sporting bodies to award equal pay for first place.
They were one of the first. Yeah, they were.
Which was really interesting.
A while back too. Probably not far off 10 years. I'd say that they announced that they were going to do that.
Yeah. So it's it's a fascinating watch, Tom. You must tune in and
you have my word.
You need Stab Mag Premium, so you'll have to subscribe.
Yeah, can you get a do you get a monthly free trial or something?
I think you can pay for a month. Oh, white going left.
Left. Oh, and it nearly works out well there, Gwen and Morgan.
And interestingly, going back to the Stab Mag, they got an article on why goofies go left on rights. So Gwen in there, just showing a prime example.
Yeah.
Of the goofy-footed mindset.
Let's have a think about some of the waves of the world where you can go the wrong way legitimately. Now, I've never done this.
Well, they've named it in this article.
Right. Mundaka is the first one that comes to mind. I have never gone right at Mundaka.
There is a right.
There is a right.
Yeah.
Mundaka, I'm trying to think. I've gone right at Aberavon, not meaning to compare Mundaka and Aberavon.
Not really in the same league, is it?
I don't think I've ever gone left out there.
I think in terms of globally, in terms of world famous spots, there is a left at Jeffreys.
There is, and I have actually surfed it, but when that's when it's about this size, and you're actually up round the back of the point.
Yeah, it can be a bit bigger actually. Yeah. But here we go, red.
Here we go, Josie, gonna smack this.
Oh, lovely, nice close out
push
there.
On the tail as well.
Yep.
Like she's gonna be out in front after that one.
Sure is, and just keeping out. I'm looking out to sea a bit, Tom, and trying to fathom whether there's sets coming in there. There seems to be a bit
Lynch. She's going to get
again.
Oh, that just bogged off on her, didn't it? It bogged the rail because the wave backed off. But there's a pretty well-established first and second in this heat right now, even though our scores are a little bit, they're waiting to refresh themselves. I'm hopeful that the timer on the screen that you've got is correct. If we hear scores over the public address system, we will tell you them, but I would be imagining that it's top two scores of the heat would be both reds top two, and I would imagine that the next two best scores of the heat would be greens next two. And I would imagine that both white and blue are going to need, probably in these conditions, probably two waves, isn't it? I think to get past the combined heat total of Indy, Lynch, and Green, whatever that total is, it's going to need 3 solid turns on one wave, or 2 waves that are similar to those that Lynch has already got in the bag. Some good surfing. From out west, Indy Lynch?
Yes. I believe St David's way is Father Richard is ex-Boomerang TV.
Is he?
If you remember Boomerang TV.
I was on Boomerang TV.
Well, there we go.
There's what's his name? Colin something?
Yes, Colin Francis.
Colin Francis, that's it. Here we go, red.
He was the presenter, and there we go.
If she hits this is the wave of the heat.
Yeah.
Oh. Good surfing by Josie Hawke there.
But she's probably in a situation now, Josie, where she can just, and if you watch this back, Josie, you probably could afford to sit at the back now and wait for some.
Let's
some better ones.
Shall we say that again in case they weren't watching earlier?
Ooh.
They probably weren't. I mean, why would they want to try and watch?
Yeah.
When they were. We'll ask all you juniors, if you're watching this back, little word of advice here now. There isn't much point catching waves that are not going to improve your score, is there? So you should really, you should know roughly what your 2 best waves are, and you should be surfing against your 2 best waves. If you can't hear scores, well, Lynch should be doing that here because they're on the rail, and so Lynch is doing exactly that. And now this is, if she rides out of that, no, that's very close to a ride out. I think they might not quite give her the second turn. What do you think?
I think the fact that even if it wasn't a clear ride out, I mean, she'd have done well because there's very little power left in that wave. But the fact that the board went up there, it just gives that extra.
Yeah, it's worth something.
It does.
It's a bottom turn, isn't it?
If it's 0.1,
it's a bottom turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask your opinion now, and then on a controversial topic, because judges deciding whether or not waves have been completed has been in the spotlight recently, hasn't it? After the Sydney QS. Now, do you want my opinion, or should I ask you yours first?
No, go for it.
My opinion is all 4 waves of contention. One from Italo Ferreira from about 3 or 4 years ago.
The 400 rotator at Narrabeen.
Then we've got Caio Abelli. We've got I forget who the other one is.
Medina at Portugal.
It's not Medina. It's Caio Abelli. It's 2 waves from the Sydney event just recently run.
Oh, I didn't
Caio
watch
Abelli
much
and
of that, sorry.
Michel Rodriguez or Michael Rodriguez.
Michael Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
And then it's the landed wave by the guy who won the contest, and he won the contest front side reverse. Anyway, the internet is awash with these 4 waves being played in succession, and 3 were deemed not made and 1 was deemed made. For me, they're all a make or they're all not a make. Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen the video. I know the one with Italo, and I felt at Narrabeen, I remember that, and I felt that it wasn't a clear ride out.
Okay.
The instructions are, the rules are clear. It's you've got to clearly ride out in front of the wave and be in control. And if you leave any, seed of doubt in the judge's mind, then you're already. If you're doing the claim to try and convince the judges that you've made it, when you know you're actually falling off the back of the whitewater, then you're up against it straight away. Yeah. It's another one. I'm sure that'll appear on Stab, and that's just going back to that. Why I brought that up was on the latest episode. It was featured Yaden Nickel, who had made some interesting comments in the past that I think he later regretted. But it had a situation where he was his Huntington Beach final with Kelly Slater, where the first prize was $100,000, and I think second was something like 25 or 30.
And didn't Yaden Nickel won, didn't he?
No. Yaden Nickel didn't catch a wave for 25 minutes.
But he has won the US Open before, hasn't he?
I can't remember.
Yeah, go on.
But basically Kelly had him, Kelly got a 7 and an 8 in the first few minutes.
Goes Josie.
And Yaden failed to catch a wave for almost the entire length of the heat. And when he did, he literally was just a takeoff. When they wait so long that it never comes. And I say it was the richest event in on the pro circuit at that time. It was about 2016, 2015, something like that.
Yeah.
But he then copped a load of stick from the ladies, I think, that he'd given some stick to, saying you can't even catch a wave, Yaden. So,
here we go. Indy Lynch. Oh, now she nearly got a slingshot into this. She doesn't need that, but
we haven't really seen a set come through again in this. It's almost like whatever we do in terms of running this event, the surf gods are not playing ball today.
So go on. So what did Yaden Nichols? Yeah,
I think he made some regrettable comments in sort of
about whether people had landed waves.
No, related to women surfing, and
right.
I think he had a bit of a shocker in the pro final, say the richest contest, and I think some of the ladies were enjoying their moment. But it's fascinating watch some of that stuff, especially the relationships between the top pros, and the shapers, and the shapers' attitudes or shapers' opinions on some of the surfers' attitudes towards them. I say Paisel is really good, really good watch. And we go. You've put that up, Italo. Yeah, he never got in front of the whitewater on that one. He got the 4 of them. Lucas Macinas.
That's it. Luca Macinas was the other guy from that from this. So there's a video doing the rounds on Instagram where we've got 3 waves.
Yeah, that's not a make, Lucas.
Back to back, and we've got now. I think this particular video, they're all not made. They're all made.
If there was one that was close,
now it's Geordie Lawler is the one that gets given the make, and Geordie does a big rotation but lands right in front of the wave and is then blown off. So he runs out of speed because he lands so far in the flats in front of the wave that he's never actually riding when he lands. And then when the whitewater reaches him, he doesn't have the forward momentum to survive the whitewater.
Yeah.
I was given the make.
I would say, looking at those, none of them
Were a make.
were 100% convincing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, what they're doing is insane, and I wish I could do any one of those turns that you just showed me. But
I think though, was it Eli Hanneman that came second to him? And I think
was that the guy that did the like ludicrous backhand floater in the 30?
Yes, it was in the last second.
Yeah, and it was like
a 2.5 second ride, 9.6.
Yeah, in that section
he got to his feet and was in the middle of a massive floater kind of before he'd finished popping up.
Yeah, and it was like the heaviest section.
It was unbelievable.
It was
unbelievable.
Real sort of.
But
so almost like a backhand coping grind on a skateboard, wasn't
loves
it?
a claim though. Loves a claim. And to me, here we go.
God, that went fast, that heat.
Well, that's a very clear 1-2 in that one. So even though the scores haven't updated for you, the clock was running completely accurately then.
Bear with me a sec, Tom.
Loves a claim. So for me, I would say there was a bit of an irony in the fact that probably what gave Geordie Lawler the score was the vociferosity of the claim. And, this is... whatever you think, claiming does impact scores. I genuinely think it does. Are you one for a claim, Vorney? You're more the no claim kind of guy, aren't you?
I am a no claim guy. Once
the
in
no
a while,
claim is a claim, though.
It is. Once in a while, I will do a kind of finger flick or a vocal like woohoo, like that like you've surprised yourself by your moment. You've got
to be very sure, haven't you?
Yeah, it's usually something. I mean, look, let's face it, surfing's supposed to be fun, and if you do something where that fun element has been increased to a kind of wow, I just did something I never thought I could possibly do, then why not enjoy the moment? And that doesn't matter if it's your first whitewater ride or your first turn on a surfboard or first tube air, whatever it is. And we all have those from time to time. And it's some people really frown upon it. It turns it's not cool. And
well, it was a big no-no. Late 90s, early 2000s, amongst you guys in Lantern in particular. I remember Nathan, at the time Wales's best surfer, by a long way, and I remember Nathan was very, very, very down on the idea of claiming.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of you can pull off in a way that suggests you are making a claim. The no claim, as I say. And some people are really good at. I mean, you look at the pros when they're competing. It's psychological as well. When it's different if you're making a claim in a competition to making a claim when you're just surfing.
Yes.
When you're making a claim in a competition, you're selling yourself to the judges. Why not?
Yeah. I agree.
If that can grant you that extra 0 point something, that difference between progression and not. That being said,
it in most other sports, doesn't it?
Well, look at football.
Yeah.
Much bigger claim than 7 scores a goal. Half the flipping team are up there.
Do you know, I saw a cricket match. I was with Rob Blythe, actually, our absent friend from today. Henley versus Basingstoke, and the claiming in that by the Basingstoke team, every single ball, I was straight in the ref's face.
Well, that's all part of it. It's convincing the umpire, the official, the judge, the fourth official, whatever they are in your sport, the adjudicator, the judge.
Now, you've spent more time in a judging booth than I over the last couple of years. Do head judges now comment ever on the claim? So would it happen in a judging booth that there'd be a claim and the head judge would say, "Okay, guys, important score. Don't take into account the claim now, or discard the claim. You've got to decide." Would a head judge ever say that?
Hold that thought, Tom. Hang on a sec.
And here we go on the back side now. This time, this is Poppy Owen. So we're underway in the next heat now, the semi-finals, heat 2. So Poppy Owen, Taylor Shelmerdine, who we saw surf this morning. And then we've got Caitlin Baisley, who we also saw surf very well last year. And then Delphi Beck, whose brother won the longboards earlier. Delphi from Tenby. In fact, I think everybody in this heat is from the west of the country. Vorney is doubling up here as a contest organizer, so he's going to have to. He's in and out. He's getting called upon to make important decisions and things like that. And
sorry, Tom.
He's back. He's back. I'd asked you a question. I've got to try and recall what it was. Do head judges neutralise claims in the?
Well, I've been at a couple of events where I've seen claims, and of real note as well.
So when the score is really, really close, whether it's going to happen.
British Cup, and you would have been there as well, actually, last year's.
Stanley Norman and Patrick Langdon-Dark.
Yeah, Stanley loves a claim, to be fair to him.
He does.
And I don't mean that negatively in any way.
Yeah.
He likes to ensure.
It's his character.
Yeah. He if he does something well and he's pleased with it, then he's going to make it known to the judges. And I also saw him do the same at Thurso when he did a backhand rotator on a left, on a right.
Against Luke Dillon. I remember it well.
To take the title
backside here. Nice little turn from Delphi Beck to start off.
A good head judge will say...
I'm going to put that out there. Thurso, I wouldn't have given it the score. But it got it.
Yeah, well, I think we've had this conversation on the air before.
Now, I don't know whether the claim had anything to do with that or not.
No, I think, as I say, it was a point of difference on a week of almost seeing identical rides one after another and trying to split those between, 2-3 turns to the beach, because it wasn't a tube in Thurso that contest. It was due to the swell direction, but it's still really good, solid waves. I think
there's a good wave coming through here.
Yeah, look at that one. Nobody on that one, Tom. There's one behind. Look how clean that face is. Is anyone going to be on it?
If anyone can get on that is going to be the wave of the day.
Yeah, you can see where it's hugging further down the reef now.
Shape,
as well. Here we go. Red.
Someone's there.
No, too far in.
Or thereabouts. So go on.
Yeah. So I'm personally, I think.
Do you know what did the judges? Was the claim discussed when they had to weigh up whether Norman had gotten that score?
I wasn't in the judging booth because I was.
You were with me. The two of us were commentating.
Are you talking now?
The final. Langdon Dark and
that one, right? Okay, the Fistral one. I'm sorry, I thought you were still talking Thursday.
Oh, the Thursday one.
No, we were commentating, and what I would say is that Stanley, regardless of that claim, huge score,
justified huge
score. The full rotation forehand there,
it was justified.
It was enough to win.
It was.
Patrick himself, I know when Pat gets a good wave, he does the kind of Medina finger flick thing, and that. He had a couple of those, and rightly so during that.
He did it twice in that heat.
Surfed really well, and
he did it to a 5 and a 7.
Yeah, and stand through the Hail Mary in the last moments and took
9.
the win. Yeah, and in doing so, pushed Paul Pat out of the British team to go to the Worlds.
Trip to Puerto Rico was on the line at that moment.
We got up and riding here.
Delphi Beck. So I think it's her first time surfing here. She's from Tenby. Brother was the fella that won the longboards earlier. Remember the big closeout Rio?
Yeah. William. So it's a little soft out there. I think we can all agree on that.
See Indy Lynch from the last heat trying to get her feet across the uneven reef.
Here we go. White up and riding.
Taylor Shelmerdine in and out.
Red on the backhand.
Nearly got into a very nice looking section there. That was Poppy Owen.
Yeah, it's nice that we don't have the glare this time, Tom, but we're trying to look round the spectators.
I think we're going to be... I think we're in the same situation now where the clock is correct, but I think the scores are behind. So I would be imagining that Delphi Beck is in front in this heat now, wouldn't you say, on the backhand?
Yeah, I would say so. I'd certainly say so. And I'm just trying to peer at the scores here, and I need to push.
They're not up to date. We've only got ones and twos
to come in.
Yeah,
just really. Let's say we saw a couple of sets that came through that really showed promise just before we kicked off.
We did.
And once again, the conditions really haven't gone to the typical blueprint that applies to Atlantic Major, with the tide turns, big tide, in comes the swell. Now, I know on the surfline forecast there was a suggestion of a few hours of a kind of, I guess, confused sea state, because you had a very southerly deep swell coming off of that low, and then quite a west-northwest fetch that's going to hit us tomorrow, which is far more favourable for this part of the world. But it's just that southerly swell is certainly just clipping us, and when it's not hitting the reef as you would hope.
There's an enormous car transporting barge coming up the channel from Avonmouth.
So regular, that one.
Just to the right of the camera image, so you might not be able to see it. Absolutely enormous boat. And you just think about, it's making such light work of all of that swell and rip and current and wind.
Yeah, it's probably... which way is it? Is it heading...
It's
heading west?
Westbound, yeah. Now, Surfline's Jamie Bateman.
Oh, red, paddling.
Oh,
up and riding, backhand. Here we go. Oh, nice little backhand snap there.
Yeah, that'll count for something.
Just about rides out, I'd say, for that one, Tom.
Yeah, I agree. Surfline's Jamie Bateman, a phrase that I still enjoy using, was telling me that it's 40 metres at the middle of that channel.
What, deep?
Yeah, between here and Lynmouth. So going straight over to Lynmouth.
Yeah.
Although we're a cobble point, they're a cobble point. Apparently, it's the Severn estuary. The millions of years of River Severn.
Up and riding here, Tom.
Has cut 40 metres of channel out there. Wow. Which is why boats of that size can make their way up it. But finding that exact bit that's deep enough, requires a little bit of careful piloting. Yeah,
because obviously living here, you see a lot of the big sort of cargo ships going up and down the channel, and they are always that far away from us. They
laden.
Seem a lot closer to the North Somerset coastline than they are.
I wonder if from their point of view it looks like they're nearer to this coastline.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but it would... I'd imagine just by tidal push and swell direction predominantly, and wind direction, that the deeper water would be closer the other side. Just the way the contours of the land drop off there. Yeah, it seems to be far more abrupt.
There's more mud. Yeah, we're closer to mud flats, aren't we, on this side than they are? Yeah. They've got more.
Mind you, got Western. Who knows? We'll have to have a look at our.
You ever surfed at Western?
No.
I remember a famous Lantwick Major surf team visit to Western.
Yes, so do I.
on the way to the British Interclubs once.
Yeah, we didn't like to drive too far to go to the pub, so Croyd or Wollacombe felt too far, so we would stop en route on a Friday night in Weston-super-Mare, or we moved from Weston to Taunton because of the frequency of hospitalisations.
And it allowed one of you to do one of those classic Tom Curran sort of no-shows, because you were late for your heat.
Yeah.
But then to the dismay of everybody else in the heat, you were only about 2 minutes late for the heat, and then paddled out and won it.
Yeah, pre-mobile days this, I think, and I remember ringing Colin Wilson, who was head of the BSA, and just saying...
it was Colin Wilson running that event.
We'll be there soon. And he's like, where are you? I was like, just had to pick up one of the boys from a night in Her Majesty's
custody suite.
And I think there was somebody else. Oh, well, I know on the occasion we won the British.
You won it? You won the British?
The British Interclubs, Channel Coast Surf Club.
Despite arriving late from Weston-super-Mare?
Yeah, we ran into a little bit of unfriendly... locals.
It was a fix. They were. I was assured that your.
I
was assured your athlete had done nothing wrong.
No, the Western night we unfortunately met some unsavoury types.
In the white, a really nice shaped wave, and in and out of the lip there, Taylor Shalmerdine. Now that is gonna
lovely stuff.
Gonna lead to. It's gonna be kind of close here now. Shalmerdine, and then this is Caitlin Baisley. Now, yet to get a big score on the board, Baisley, but it's going to be pretty close, I would say, between Beck, Shalmerdine and Owen. Scores are not. So what's happening here? We seem to be getting the first 2 to 3 scores of every heat, and then the timer works. But director Diana has been doing and a big lip bash there for Popio on the backside, but doesn't stick it. Director Diana has been doing everything she can to try and get these scores refreshing. Oh, and there just was a brief refresh to the scores, but I don't think that's going to be it in its entirety.
Going on favour in the left.
It's telling us that Shelmadine is out in front.
Yeah, well, Mum Kelly will be watching, no doubt.
Owen second and Beck third as things stand, coming in to the last 7.5 minutes of the heat. Kelly, Shelmadine?
Yeah.
West Wales?
No, Swansea.
Swansea. So is Taylor Shelmadine a Swansea girl?
She is indeed.
Oh.
And
now,
just looking here.
Do you reckon those are the full set of scores? I don't.
No, I think there was a flurry of activity there, and I think there'll be
2.17.
We go green. Yeah,
we've seen higher scores than that, haven't we? From 3 different surfers, I'd say.
Girls are getting they're busy here trying to pick off waves. Probably better off waiting for some sets. I know it's slow, but there's a lot of similar action here. But then we go. Here we go. Is this
here
Taylor
we go.
again?
No, that's Caitlin Baisley, I think, isn't it?
It's a white vest.
Oh no, that's Taylor Shelmadine. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that. So now that's 2.
She's managing to create some speed and drive on these waves. It's we know it's soft. We keep mentioning it, but she's differentiating herself between her surfing and her other competitors, and that's key to getting the scores, to progression, and that's all that really matters in this heat now, is to progress through to the final and be in with a shot of the Welsh team place. And
so this would be for a trip to the Europeans in Santa Cruz, right? The Junior Europeans.
It's the one we were mentioning earlier, and the kind of Santa Cruz. I've never actually been. I've driven there and looked at the waves, and I've never actually been for a surf there. With Peniche round the corner, it's rather tempted to head straight.
Yeah, it's just a little bit before Peniche, isn't it?
Ask Bateman what he thinks, and Hugh. My view is the boys under 16.
Vaughan's being consulted here again now for the next call. So it's quite a privilege actually to have a contest, to have one of the contest directors constantly in the booth with us. Normally in surfing competitions they sit in one room and we sit in the other room, desperately hoping for some white smoke.
I'm a contest director. Actually, the official contest director is Hugh John, Jamie Bateman, or the pair of them. But with the intricacies of Llantwit's lineup, I'm being consulted for a second opinion, if you like, or third opinion on this occasion, just to make sure that we're getting it right.
Yeah.
And because
how many
it's important. We're talking about the Europeans. We want these kids to have as much of a chance as possible.
How many contests do you reckon Jamie Bateman and Hugh John have directed in their lives?
Hugh, an unfathomable amount. I can't even say it.
So
I know he just recently done the Scottish. He's penned down for the British.
He's been doing it for
since the 80s. So let's just say there's 4
or 5
years. Yeah, let's just say there's 4 contests a year. Maybe even more. Some years there were more, but let's call it an average of 4 over 10 years.
About 150 to 200 contests.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Wow.
With all the club events and all that.
Oh yeah. So it's club events.
Jamie not so much. Jamie and I tend to work as a dynamic duo when it comes to the Welsh Nationals. We tend to understand each other very well, and we're both different ends of the spectrum in terms of optimism and pessimism. There we go.
Owen. That could have gone somewhere as well. It's interesting. If you get onto that first section, it's hard to get onto the second section, isn't it? And the second section, you are right. You called it earlier. It's that getting round that first kind of knuckle in the reef is the key to the waves kind of opening up.
Yeah, indeed. Bear with me a second, Tom. I've got another question being asked. Yeah, that's over.
And
So we've gone there, but as
then
in,
here we go on the back side. Now that's interesting. That wave just running away there. That was Delphi Beck.
20 minutes or so.
It looked as though Beck was wondering whether or not there might be a chance to go left on that one then for a second. And now we got a really nice looking section coming here for Taylor Shalmerdine on the front side. Bottom turns round it. So with 3 minutes left, there's a probable lead in this heat for Shalmerdine. Poppy Owen and Delphi Beck have both had a couple of good ones as well.
Sorry, Tom. Lots of questions. People have to.
Now, I'm confused here, right? Because now this is just out of the picture, or is it just out of the picture? The barge.
Yeah, you were. It definitely
I said it was travelling
west.
the wrong way, didn't I? So it might make itself visible to you fabulous viewers at home. If a surfer goes far enough up the point, I think you guys might get to see this barge that we're speaking of, because you've got the horizon on your picture there.
Yeah, one thing I would say, Tom, is that considering the size of that barge, I didn't even notice it because I was so my eyes were fixed on the action here and glued to what was going on the left-hand side.
That is an enormous
Oh, red!
ship,
Here we go. Late takeoff, and that wave just disappeared. Thought she was in for something there. Here we go, and again, white. Taylor.
Oh, yeah,
Ooh,
nice.
Up into the lip.
She's got a great bottom turn, Taylor Shalmerdine.
Oh, there we go.
Puts
There's definitely like a little flurry of activity and sections down that.
She really gets
cobble
down.
point.
She really gets down over that back foot and drives off the bottom.
Yeah.
And
here we go.
On the front side. Caitlin Baisley.
Ooh,
And this will be her best wave so far. And Baisley's looking for a reform there.
yeah.
The wave says no. So there it is, Vorney. That is an enormous ship. Look at it.
It certainly
That's
is.
huge.
Yeah, it's.
Because that's what 10 miles away from us.
Oh yeah, easily.
You know, can you imagine if there was a building that size, that distance? That's huge.
Yeah.
That I'm going to wager that might be what in shipping they call a Panamax vessel, too big to go through the canal.
Yeah.
Too big to go through Panama or Suez. And then you can see where
I don't know. Have you seen
competitors
the
are.
size of some of the ships that go through the Suez? They
I
had that recent jam.
Yeah.
That
they
was,
did, yeah.
When you see some of the vessels that travel through.
Now, the horn's gone, and we had 3 minutes on the clock there, so still not quite up to date on the refresh scores.
Yeah, there's a lot of scores that come through because the kind of everyone seems to be getting waves at the same time. It's quite amusing. Actually, I was just watching my neighbour come through.
I've been to the Panama Canal. It's one of the most interesting days out I've ever had, I reckon.
Well, we've got a half an hour, Tom. Now we're going to have a little mini break.
Is that what we're going to do? Is it?
Well, I've just got contest director Hugh just about to have a word in my ear. So let's just
We're
pause for
right,
a second
well,
there.
we're going to get some news shortly. So we're going to try. Yeah, so a massive thank you to Pura Vida for sponsoring this event, along with My Post and Barty. And Vorney can confirm some of the other brands that have been behind us. I think the Welsh Coffee Company and a few others. So there's heated debate going on at the moment about what exactly it is that we're going to do next, and we've got a very quick and direct line to the thinking-making process here. So as soon as anything gets called, we're going to be able to tell you, and we could be dealing with, I think it's going to be seconds, not minutes. While that heat was taking place, there were quite a few of the junior surfers taking to the point, as they call it, which is to the right of the image that you can see right now. And there was difficult conditions, but good size on the waves. And so I think that the debate now is between continuing to use this slightly smaller and slightly cleaner point break that the girls have just used, or between waiting for the tide to just come up enough for the rip to disappear, because there's an enormous rip on that point. There's the image on the boat again. In fact, that image that's such a good camera shot that you can see some writing on the side of that, confirming what it might be. So that boat is going from right to left of the screen, as you can see it, and it's heading towards Avonmouth, we would be guessing, and my guess would be that it's full of cars. And there you can see the competitors making their way in, along with their parents, most of them with mums or dads as coaches. A lot of surfing knowledge gone into helping those girls put on the show that they just did. And as you can see, though, as this tide comes in, that point has started to lose its power ever so slightly. So there probably is a little bit of a rationale for holding on. As I said, we would be seconds, not minutes. I know a decision is not far off. And there you can see the land on the horizon. So that is, that would be probably Clevedon, Weston-super-Mare, I'd guess, that you can see between those hills. You can also see how the channel is both sunny and cloudy at the same time, so that lighter water on the horizon is where there's a bit of sun coming through, and there's a strong wind as well. That's added to the challenge that Mark, Jamie and Hugh and some of the other event organisers have faced today. So some good surfing in that last heat. We're waiting for the results to be made official because the scores haven't updated for us. But it would be my guess that it looked like Taylor Shalmerdine had laid a pretty good claim to it. There was some, and Caitlin Baisley got a good wave at the end as well. Poppy Owen and Indy Lynch also surfing well. So we're not far off being able to get a decision. You can see that's the very end of the point now, that where the waves are kind of filtering off. So I think we're going to go to one or two more messages while we wait for the call. So enjoy some of these pieces of media, but we will stay live to tell you what's happening before we go on hold for any longer, if we are going to go on hold for longer. So news coming very shortly.
time, it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town, made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Hello and welcome back. So we do have a decision, and the decision is that we are going to be moving on straight into the under 16 boys next. It is going to take about 5 to 10 minutes for them to get down there. So we are going to be on hold, but it is going to be for a very brief time. It's going to be for I would say less than 10 minutes, more than 5. So 5 to 10 minutes. So stay tuned. Go and get your cups of tea in. Do whatever else you need to do. Hang the washing out. But we're going to be back 5 to 10 minutes time for the under 16 boys. See you then.
fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you for that welcome. We're in business. We're underway.
We are, and
Display will be sorted in a second.
there should be no further interruptions until the end of play. Now, Tom, it's literally we've
Right the way through.
Yeah. Again, those tuning in, the viewers, I guess you've had a bit of chance to make a cup of tea.
Yeah.
If nothing else, maybe have some dinner. It's that time of night. What time? What was he? 6 p.m.
5 to 6.
Yeah, we are.
We've got the under 16 boys in the water,
18s.
or is it the under 8? Oh, we're going with the under 18. So now
Yeah.
this is a round of 12 to start us off, is it?
I believe so. We got
Or no, it's a round of 9.
right.
Round of 9.
Is it? I haven't looked at the draw. Sorry, I know there's 3 heats. I didn't check whether they were full
First
heats.
heat is Arthur Buick, Thomas O'Leary, and Kobe Williams. So 2 from Porthcawl and 1 from St David's.
Yeah, and again, Tom, just a reminder, we've got a number of competitors, unfortunately, with prior plans due to the half term.
Yeah.
Say, after 3 postponements, we had to run because we've got a European Juniors
Well,
happening in 6 weeks' time, believe it
Elliot
or not.
Barton's vacation in Bali and
Eli Perrin-Davis at the Pro
Morocco.
Junior. Here we go, red, up and riding, straight off the bat.
It's going to be somebody else's gain, isn't it?
I don't think that's going to be red
No.
scoring ride.
No, I don't think so.
That was Arthur, was it?
It was.
And Arthur's just come back from a couple of weeks. Here we go. Oh,
That's
Kobe.
Up and down for Kobe. So Tom O'Leary will have priority and will hold the line up. It's not that easy to see the priority disc from there, is it?
It's not. But I dare say on a day like today, they're going to be pretty spread.
Yeah.
And you can say they've got the 2 lads in this heat, Arthur and Thomas, having just come back. Having just come back.
Tom, they call him, don't they?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. Tom, just coming back from El Salvador,
The
where they...
ISA World Juniors.
Yeah, now you'd like to hope that experience will show in this heat, although very, very different conditions.
Well, I was going to say, it doesn't quite look like the balmy waters of La Bocana, does it?
No, I do like the look of that wave, that front peak, not the right-hander. That looks like a lot of fun, but my gosh, that leg burner.
Yeah.
I'm not sure my old limbs would cope with that, but that... Is it El Bocana?
La Bocana.
La Bocana.
And then, El Zunzal is the
El
point break, isn't
Zunzal,
it? Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, the Bocana wave looks really good fun.
Yeah.
And there is a World Masters in October. Oh, here we
Is
go.
there?
Red up and riding. Arthur on his backhand. First forehand.
So would there be a
backhand
Wales
gas.
team at that, or would it be a GB team that went to the World Masters?
No, that would be if it's non-Olympic, then
Wales.
it's Wales. So
Oh.
yeah,
So there's a chance to win a few spots. That should be an incentive to compete in those various age-restricted categories then, shouldn't it?
well, if you fancy a trip to El Salvador to compete against some of the greats of our sport,
Hockey.
yeah, those who attend. Here we go. There's
Tom.
Tom. There's a nice little forehand
Yeah.
rail turn. Second. So he's going to do well to get much out of this. It's
Now, the judges have got a job on their
There we
hands
go.
now to set the
Kobe.
scale, haven't they?
green.
Oh,
that
nice.
was on rail.
Oh, I don't know if they'll give him a make, though, will they?
No, he came off the back there.
Judges have got to set the scale there now, so I
Hmm.
think realistically that wave of Tom O'Leary... Ooh, I'm just going to pluck a number out of the air. I'm going to pluck a fraction out of the air. I'm going to say that is about a third of the way towards the best possible wave that one of these juniors could ride today.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere in a 3.7
Yeah.
region, maybe 3.5.
About a third of the way to excellent.
Yeah, I mean, while the girls were surfing on the left-hand side there, the couple of the boys were out in the point, and I saw Ewan Buick try a couple of air revs, because that peak was bowling nicely with the rip.
Yeah.
It looked, it was unsurfable in terms of a 20-minute contest.
Yes, 'cause of too much rip.
Yeah, too much rip. So
Oh,
now the rip will
Arthur
ease.
Buick.
There we go, little backhand hook.
Bit stuck up there.
Yeah.
And there's a flat spot there on those lefts at the moment, isn't there?
It's going to get deeper and deeper. Yeah.
Why do surfers here go left now instead of right? Is the rip still a problem? Is Kobe this time he does make it through the connection?
Rip is definitely a problem, but not. I mean, having spoken to Tom Sheldon, who was one of the local lads who went for a quick dip, he said manageable, and that was about an hour or so ago.
Right.
So
it's
now
gonna
that
get better.
the rip will certainly ease off. So that rights are an option, perhaps also the
O'Leary.
end of the heat.
And this has got a reform section on it.
Very.
Oh, will they give that one? Yeah. Well, you'd hope that he's not going to be needing that score by the end of the heat. It'll have been a bit of a slow heat if he does, but
Well, what they need to do now, they've all managed to score 2 waves, so they're all off the bat, so to speak, up and running. So what they should do, and we keep saying the same message, Tom, is get it out the back. Look for something, sit wide and wait. Paddle over that rip and
surf against your own best 2 waves.
Yeah, exactly that. And let's just hope that they have, gone out with the mindset of get 2 quick ones.
And then 2 good
Yeah,
ones.
because if you look at where they are, there's some further sets at the back which are a long way from where they've been taken off.
Yeah.
Which are, look at this set.
See it right there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's about 50 to 100 yards, probably further out than where they're sitting.
Yeah, and that, you're going to get a
Scoring
section out the back
potential.
there.
The scoring potential on that wave at the back is immense.
Yeah, here we go. He's picked off the end here.
Yeah. Now, there's room on that wave behind to have done 3 or 4 big turns,
Yeah.
isn't
Oh.
there? And then...
They're almost
They're
taking
trying to-
off where they should be pulling off.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened on that wave just then. It came
Yeah.
through, and I mean, I mind surfed a 9-point ride on that one. I don't know about you. You're probably not quite as good a mind surfer as me. You'd be about an 8.5.
I don't have as vivid an imagination as you, Tom.
That's because you're better at doing it in real life.
I'm not sure about that anymore. So, but here we go. We're surfing. We're underway. For the under-18s, we've waited patiently all day. I've rather foolishly made sort of false predictions or gave everyone a lot of hope earlier when we pulled up and we're waiting for the tide to drop back and, the sort of swell to come back in with the incoming flow and said it was going to be really good later. I don't think anyone will be believing any word I ever say again when it comes to surf forecasting.
You wait and see now. Some of these, if one of these surfers sits in the right place, you could go surfing out there and you could get your fill of surfing for the day happily.
Well, what I would say, Tom, is these conditions are not dissimilar to what we had for the Welsh finals last year on the third day.
And the first day of the British Cup when that was here.
Yeah. To a degree, there was much more swell for that one. Oh, here we go. This looks a bit more promising. Here we go. Kobe in a good position. Come on.
Nice.
That's better.
Bit of speed and spray.
Now, if he's got a little section here to potentially... Yep, there we go.
Ooh,
Let's come off the back as that one's got deep. But
wave of the heat.
Yeah, definitely. It was just the fact that when he took off, we all held our breath in anticipation.
Yeah.
And, as you could say, well, you can always wish for something greater and better, but he put it on rail, it was clean, there was a nice bit of spray, and he managed to connect another little inside slash. Okay, the wave did just sort of disappear, but best wave of the heat.
Yeah, well,
for me, let's see what the scores say.
I think O'Leary's first turn on his first wave would have surpassed the turns on that wave, but there wasn't, that was a one turn and then stuck, whereas that wave had more the sense of a completed ride. So what we will learn when we get the judges' scores for it is the extent to which the judges are wanting to see a bit of speed and flow as well as power. I mean, it does look at the moment, I'd be guessing the live scores are not quite doing their thing, but that we'd have the Porthcawl boys in a 1-2 here. Now, with the scores absent from our screen, I can tell you them because director Diana is providing me with some insider info here. So O'Leary is now sitting on a 3.73 and a 2.47. Now that last of Kobe Williams, Mark, a 2.97. So we've undercalled it slightly. O'Leary getting 3/4 of a point more for one turn than Kobe Williams' full ride.
Well,
O'Leary sitting out front, Williams in second, and so Arthur Buick in third needs a 3.1, but with both his scores being low, I'm guessing that I'm thinking Diana might be able to share that information.
Okay, let's see what she's got.
And so we're looking at a score needed for Buick of around the 3 mark at the moment, but with low scores is he could put together a pretty solid heat position if he can get himself 2 waves. We don't have the timer either now, so we're kind of going blind a bit here.
We are. I mean, I think what's apparent from those exchange of scores is that we were thinking that Kobe perhaps got the better, and we are quite flat here where we are. The judges are elevated; they got a much clearer picture of what's going on, so that's a positive.
Smaller wave.
Yeah, and they obviously could see a bit more of what Thomas was doing. Perhaps it was the fact that Thomas's wave, he was coming a bit squarer off the bottom and looking to attack the lip.
Slightly bigger fan of spray.
Yeah, and Kobe's wave was perhaps, although it was on the rail, it was perhaps a fatter section. So, of course, risk and reward, where you're closer to the lip, the more points you're going to get. And I'm just looking at Arthur Buick's position, and he is battling against the rip. And I would say he's making... I'm just going to say he's making progress. He's looking for a right here, but that's not going to help. I do get a lot of people saying to me, Landswit, strong rip, I hate coming there because I can't handle the rip, and it's, trying to have a contest and all that. Well, a counter-argument with that is that I've been to plenty of events, as I'm sure you have, or even surfed just on the European continent, France, Portugal, and you get those mega rips, don't you, sometimes, especially on the bigger tides with a bit of swell. And even freshwater, where we've used so many times, I've had heats in the gap where I've not been able to catch a wave because of the rip.
Yeah.
So
I had a heat in freshwater in the gap a few years ago, and I did my back in the middle of the heat in the water.
That was an over something category, wasn't it?
It was terrible, yeah. It was an over something category, and suddenly halfway through the heat, I got this incredible spasm in my back. And we were all stuck in the gap, and I tried to catch a wave in from my heat, and I just thought, it was going to roll onto the sandbar, and it might actually be safer to be on my feet rather than lying down with a freshly injured back. So I stood up. The wave reformed about 4 times, and I got through the heat.
And it wasn't against me, was it?
No, it was the poor victim. The poor victim was a Swansea surfer called Morgan James. Remember him?
I know Morgan very well.
And he hung around for the next hour or two, waiting to see if my painkillers would start working. And he was asking. He was going, because in those days, he was going to have my slot in the next round if I wasn't able to surf. And the
painkillers worked.
The painkillers worked, and I ended up on a bit of a run in that one. But I just remember it's effectively the correct strategy in that situation I was in that heat was, imagine you've got there you go, if next time you're in the gap, imagine you've got a bad back and that you want to turn around and head in, and you will, lo and behold, come across the wave of the heat.
I will bear that in mind, because I've had some shockers at Freshwater West around that area of the beach, and here we go, paddle in. That looks like young Tom. Well, look, that's not going to be a score.
Something went wrong there.
Well, to be honest, Tom, we were on the subject of rips. Oh, here we go. Buick on the right. Well, that's not going to factor in. But one of the things, and Kobe, here we go, flurry of activity. Well, none of those ways are going to factor into any of the score lines. The one positive I would say, and I can see Arthur is head down, paddling west furiously, because
the rip is still going to be live for him there now, is it?
It's still going to be live, but he'll get across here, no problem at all.
Oh yeah, he's using the sort of inside section to do it then, is he?
Yeah, you use a whitewater to push across, because, and this is something that it's good to see these young competitors using a bit of experience, a bit of nous here, because they're going to get across, they're going to be able to paddle back out and get back into position to be on the peak. And it's not that long a paddle, but if he tries to paddle back out from there, against this sort of strength rip, he's just not going to make it. It was a bit unfortunate for those guys. So he's got a really nice set sort of tumbling through here.
Arthur has now picked up a 1 point 2.97, which has reduced his requirement ever so slightly to a 3.1.
Wow, Tom, just watching Beach Marshal Ridian Brewer turning the
5 minutes.
Yeah, the disc, 5 minutes left. Wow, where did that
Yeah.
go? So Arthur doesn't really have a lot of time to get in and back around again from where he is. So he may be best off sitting. If I was in this position now, I'd sit wide and hope for a right. And because
with that much time left in the heat,
and
his
do
front
offer,
side.
Yeah, and his front side. And they do offer the cleaner face. And if you can pick the right one off, they really do offer a 3-4 section, as 3 or 4 sections to hit.
Some of them, if you sit far enough out, here we go.
This could be
Kobe. Ooh. Oh, now I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Now that'll be very interesting to see whether
Smaller
that is
wave,
going to improve his situation. So Kobe would be looking to replace a low score of a 2.1. Now, given what Arthur got 1.97 for, I would say Kobe is going to replace 2.1 there.
Yeah, there's in fact, where Arthur is now, he might just be in here for a right. No, he's just going to have to drive that.
So the score is going to drop very shortly. I think Arthur's going to end up needing more. I think Arthur's going to end up needing close to the wave of the heat. So the highest wave of the heat was the first wave for O'Leary. So that single front side hack with a kind of bit of a tail push on the end of it. That was a 3.73.
Well, I tell you what,
2.27 for the last of Kobe. So the requirement now has gone back up to 3.27 for Arthur.
That's not, relatively, he just needs to get on the wave. And he's not in the worst position here if he can get on one of these rights. And here he goes. Oh, no.
He had a look at that one, didn't he?
Yeah, now that's...
he's going to be... Do you think he could be watching that from the back? Seeing it feather
I don't think
off?
he'll have time. Might have the next one.
Oh, this one
that
may
might
be
have
slightly
actually
too far in, isn't it?
No, I think he might be okay here because I think... Here we go. He's got a bit of speed.
Oh, he's got to believe here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to sell this.
He doesn't look like he believes.
No, he doesn't look like he believes. And I'm really sorry to say for Arthur, he's in the worst possible place with 2 or 3 minutes to go.
I think the well-fed prima donna is clearing her throat, don't you, to sing?
Well, I could see some frustration there for him. I saw some sort of water slaps going on when he was caught in the rip a few minutes earlier, and you've got to sometimes just go, you know what? Never mind priority. I'm just going to get out of this and get myself into a position where I can catch the waves. And
save your frustration for after the buzzer.
Yeah.
Because getting frustrated in the middle of the heat is...
it's detrimental to your performance.
Especially when you've got to sort of try and use... Well, he is going to paddle again now, Arthur, on the very inside, but now...
No, he's not. He's just using that to get around, and I think he's
not going to get there in time, is he? 1 minute and 50 seconds. Has anyone made it across there and back out in that time?
No.
Ever?
No, not. You wouldn't. It would take you...
An Aussie lifeguard on a 12-foot swell runner.
If he's got a pair of boots on, he's got a chance to get from where he is to where the people are on the beach. But
O'Leary with a big tail stomp there. And... that will, I would imagine now, if the judges are going down for single scores, that's good, single turn scores, that would be the wave of the heat.
Yeah, I think I feel for Arthur here because it certainly, we had those sets sort of peak on the outside at midway through this heat, and they were all taking some poor waves. And look, I know it's not the greatest day of the year out here by a long stretch, but you've got to be looking to be on the sets or the cleaner faces, and they seem to be sat too far in,
and too far over.
Yeah, and too far into the peak, just sort of right amongst the mixer in terms of the rip. You're better off sit wide and paddle in once you see the sets come in.
I think they, hopefully, they'll all undertake a bit of homework by watching this heat and hearing your words of wisdom there.
Well, yeah, words of wisdom. Not that I've ever applied them, and so it's very easy for us in the warmth of this commentary booth to be making.
Job. We're doing our job.
And it's not to be critical of these young guys. It's just
the surfing once they're on their feet is great.
We're just saying it as we see it, and it's often far easier to see somebody else's mistakes than it is your own, because when you're in the heat, of course, and
we're getting a bit lucky here because there's an enormous pillar of rain, making its way sort of across somewhere towards Porlock, the other side of the channel right now. A huge squall, but here we've got lovely sunny conditions. Again, though, it's very easy for us to say that because where we are, we have got a windbreak in front of us. So I think that is the horn starting the next heat. So in the water right now for the next heat. We've got.
Here we got, Tom.
Oh no, that's the end. That was the end of the heat that we were in, the heat 1. So heat 2 will be refreshed at the moment. Now I'm going to apologise for the viewers at home. The live scores has not been connecting well to the live feed through the day, but we at least have now got a tablet giving them to us in the.
Do you know what's a real shame,
Commentary
Tom,
booth?
is when we
Go on.
called this event on, and decided to split, is that on the Thursday morning we were kind of forecast light winds.
Right.
We knew we'd have a bit of breeze in the afternoon,
Yeah.
but it was almost as a sort of 6 to 12 mile an hour. And
That's-
that was
yeah.
right the way through the weekend in variable directions.
No, we've probably got twice that right now. haven't we?
It's edging towards 25 mile an hour gusts now,
yeah, it's
you
very
know.
strong.
It's very strong wind, and that's really not helped conditions. And we've looked at tomorrow's forecast, and again,
Well, the winds made the left hand side much harder to surf as well, didn't they, than it needed to be earlier? Because you
it's-
can
it just
lift
hasn't
in too
been
much
our
water off
weekend.
the
I
waves.
think we're usually pretty gifted when it comes here to events here. We've been really had some luck.
We're about to start the next heat then. Here we go. And this is the second heat of the under 18 boys, and this time in the red it is the other Buick. So we've had both Buicks in red in both heats. So this is now Ewan Buick, who you will recognise when he gets to his feet by a languid, goofy-footed style.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Languid, is that like an appropriate term to use? That would suggest that it's tall and
Yeah.
sort of lanky, and and is that is that not discriminatory in these days?
We've got
I mean, he is
Luca
tall,
Owen.
he is lean, as most 17, 18-year-old lads are at this age. I mean,
We've
tend
got-
to fill out older.
We've got Luca Owen, and we've got Elijah Jones. Well, there goes
There goes Ewan.
Ewan. Oh, I don't think they'll give him the make for that.
No, but he took off with energy, and but again, these boys, they're very, very close to the shore, unnecessarily close.
So, languid, according to the OED, the Oxford English Dictionary,
Well, that's why I asked you what it meant, because
having
in
or
detail-
showing a disinclination for physical exertion or effort.
Yeah,
So it
that's
means
what I-
economy of motion. It means not using your limbs too much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I
So it would be-
misunderstood.
So languid would be John Florence would be languid because he keeps his arms down, or
Yeah.
or Ethan Ewing, and you and I.
There we go. Up and riding.
Would we be languid? Well, I'm not languid.
Oh, going right.
Oh, here we go. Look at that one.
There we
Oh,
go.
now that's a nice backhand turn, isn't it?
Put it on rail, bit of spray.
And he might
Kept
get the
busy.
make. No, he
No.
might get the connection.
But what Ewan has done here, and I hope now he's going to apply some common sense and come across on this inside, because white up and riding, that's poor. Didn't offer much, that wave. He's looking to do the paddle out from the right against the rip. Now, that is going to be... I know he's a fit young man.
yeah, it's a
Here we
big
go.
job. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, look on the backhand here. Is that young Luca
That's Luca.
and the white?
He's
It's got
getting
his-
busy.
Yeah, he's got his first snap.
He'll be receiving some vociferous hand gestures from his father, Greg Owen, on the beach. I don't doubt. As
Is
soon
Greg
as-
down there, is he? I didn't see him go down, but no, I would have thought. I'm
Oh, is
guessing he stood on the rock there in the red jumper.
Yeah, that's him in the red jumper. You are right. I don't know if you can see it on the screen.
Highly experienced and decorated
Red-
competitor.
Big red overcoat Greg is wearing, which enables all Luca's competitors to also pick up on Greg's hand signals to where to go in the water.
I would imagine that Luca and Greg have spent a lot of time working on
Oh, they've coded it
on
all.
that. Yeah, it's but not an easy lineup to be able to
First
receive instruction
Ooh,
from.
Here he goes again, Buick. And
Well, this is
time,
here we go. Through the lip,
Oh,
a little bit of
nice.
tail release. I'll tell you what this wave will do, Tom, if nothing else. It's going to pull him from no man's land
back into the right place.
Yeah, and so they haven't done their homework here, the Buick boys. I dare say.
Yes, because they're both in exactly the wrong part of the lineup, really. For
beach break mentality of paddling straight back out into, like, anyone that surfs reefs frequently will know that where the energy is most focused is the most difficult part to paddle out on, because it just roll in over the reef. You've got to be left or right.
Ewan's choice of where to paddle out is anything but languid, isn't it?
Mm.
And actually, to that end, the etymology of the word languid, it's got a cousin word in the English language today.
Here we go.
Languish.
Languish.
So to languish on the inside, or
languish behind, which would suggest if you're languishing, but
you're languishing, you're giving up hope.
Yeah, giving up hope. You're struggling to keep up.
But as a surfer riding a wave, if you're languish, you're keeping your limbs. You're not working too hard at it. Well, beautiful view, by the way, of the cliffs on the horizon. You can just maybe see them on your TV screen.
Well, one thing I would say now about Ewan is we're watching him and he's slowly drifting left.
He's gained no ground at all for all that paddling.
Yeah, and now what is the sensible thing to do? And I'm giving away my local secrets.
Come in and walk.
Come in, walk around, or just use inside shallow water. Just make your way across. Come to Easy Street on the right-hand side.
Craig Owen is now visible on the right of the screen there.
Yeah,
the tallest figure on the rock.
It is, and
some hand gestures were just happening.
Yeah, and one thing that you can't do at Lantuit, and these kids, you're going to be coming back here, guys, because the likelihood of us getting back to freshwater west for the short term looks unlikely.
Yeah.
Because as we were saying earlier, it's pretty much April to September. It's out of it's not available to us. And September's too late in the year, really, to be, because of European and world events, to be trying to select a team. So we need to be running in the spring.
Now he might be.
Oh, look, here we go.
He might be spending up a lot of energy paddling around out there, Ewan Buick, but the one thing that is in his favour is the scores.
Yeah. He's definitely kept busy.
A 4.17. Oh, and a section here. Oh, and in the lip there, nice. Oh. He has got a 4.17 and a 5.5 from his last two waves. The highest wave by anyone else in this heat at the moment is Elijah Jones with a 2.67 for that couple of snaps.
Yeah.
And Luca Owen at the moment has got first priority, but he would need a 2.58 to move into an advancing position. That, of course, is assuming that Elijah Jones does not back up his 2.67. So Luca Owen realistically probably needs a pair of 2.5s or a pair of 3s to stand a decent chance of advancing. And there's 13 and a half minutes left.
Here we go, Luca, up and riding.
On cue. Yeah,
okay,
nice
spray.
And a second.
There we go. Well, look, it wasn't
somewhere in between the two.
Yeah, not the steepest section, but two cleanly surfed backhand sort of rail turns there, weren't they? It was quite a fat section, but let's see what the judges do.
He is also now, though, in the worst place for paddling.
Yeah, well, look, at this stage of the tide now, though, Tommy, the rip will be starting to become much more manageable. Ewan, he's up again on the backhand, but he does need to come across the beach.
Yeah.
For as manageable as that rip will become, it's still you have to duck dive on a reef through wave after wave after wave. It's only going to knock you one way.
I'm watching the right hand.
Yeah, look at that one. Yeah, that's a heat winner, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is where those kids need to be. They need to be further out on those set waves for me. Yeah. They're far too close to the shore.
There's room for 4 or 5 turns on that wave.
Yeah. I don't know what the thought process is here. Maybe it's the keep busy, get lots of waves, and hopefully a section will open up.
Well, because they're not going to be hearing live scores.
No, of course. Not with this wind.
They're surfing completely blind. They're surfing against their own scores rather than against anyone else, and they probably can't easily see what their rivals are doing.
No, and can you see the scores at the moment, Tom? Where are we?
I can, yeah. We've got Luca Owen. We're just waiting for his last score, but it's going to drop.
Buick's in here. He's got is that? Oh no, yes. Oh, he's gone right. He's got a little whitewater climb.
Yeah, that's a thoroughly competent backhand attack he's got going on.
Yeah,
there, isn't
it's really come on
points.
Yeah, he was probably the
Last
standout
of
performer.
Luca Owen a 2.87, so he has jumped up into second place. Elijah Jones now needs a 1.54, however, to leapfrog him back. So the battle of the backup scores between Luca Owen and Elijah Jones is the story of this heat for the next 11 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, I know Elijah's father contacted me earlier regarding the live webcast to see if it would be running, and I sent him the link. I believe he's tuning in from much warmer climes further south.
Oh yeah, do tell.
Well, come on, you must know.
Lynmouth.
No, way further south than that.
Are they in Portugal?
No, Cape Verde.
Cape Verde.
Yeah.
And on holiday, or is that where they're
from?
from?
I think he spends some time over there working, living, bit of back and forth. So
Cabo Verde, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Is Cape Verde, is it owned by any European country, or is Cape Verde Africa? Technically. So we've got all of the competitors now pulled down. Well, Elijah is the one who's in the best lineup position in terms of, and so I would imagine that he will be holding priority right now. Do I have priority? Yes, Elijah does have priority. Luca has second priority, so now whether Elijah can actually see. I've noticed, by the way, that an enormous tree stump has been washed up the beach and landed almost directly in front of the priority board, meaning that it's not impossible that if you're in the wrong bit of the lineup, you can only see a tree stump.
Yeah, it's fairly significant, that.
I mean, moving that is not going to be done by
look at this bowl.
Humans.
Oh, that looks quite nice little.
Do you reckon that's a ton of wood?
That's oh God, and the rest.
So, yeah, Elijah has got the Cape Verde now. Is Cape Verde Portugal or is Cape Verde Africa? Is it an African, like to where does it belong or affiliate? Do you know the answer, Vaughnie?
2 secs.
Oh, Herbie knows the answer. Herbie knows the answer. Of course he does.
There we are. Hugh John, contest director, El Presidente, has said that the control has been handed back to
Africa.
Africa's a big country, so which African nation would that be?
I think it'd be its own independent African nation, wouldn't it, Cape Verde?
Oh, you mean as an independent?
I think Cape.
I'm not sure his actual status, but it's a conversation I had in El Salvador the other day. Anybody who knows different, could you send me the answers on a £20 note, please?
Okay, Herbie says, can we have the answers signed on a £20 note if you know the difference?
If Elijah's dad, Jonathan, I believe, is listening, and perhaps you can WhatsApp me
he's
going
to have to post us an answer from Cape Verde.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my £20 note on Cape Verde, therefore being Africa. Actually African. Oof, huge backhand turn from Ewan. Now, if Elijah's father is watching, though, he is probably a bit busy biting his fingernails down to the quick, isn't he? Because his son,
this is a tight one,
is in the position to advance. Well, his son has the circumstance needed to advance in this heat. He's already got a 2.67 as his high score, and he needs to turn his low score of a 1.23. Oh, and Luca Owen is up and riding and doesn't get anything. And he will drop down to third priority, probably, or is Buick too far on the inside? No, Luca will recover second priority again straight back. So, Elijah needs a 1.54. He's got a 2.67 and a 1.23 to his name.
How long we got left? We've still got the red disc yet.
7.5 minutes left in this heat. So, what was Elijah's father's name, Mark?
Yeah. Sorry, Tom.
What was Elijah's father's name?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
I believe I'm right.
Jonathan,
in saying that.
if you're watching, stay calm.
Oh, here we go. His message.
Oh, he is watching.
Yeah. It is its own country.
There we are.
Go.
But he
Thank
hasn't
you very much.
responded to whether or not. Well, it's going to be Africa then, isn't it? Because it's located off Africa.
Well, given chance.
So if it's its own country, it's going to be an African nation.
Yeah. Well.
See,
the
trouble
there we
is
go. Worldwide audience, Tom.
Too small to have its own.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Buick up and riding.
Yeah, he's going nowhere on that, isn't he?
Ewan has been off the peak, picking off rides. Yeah, he's not in the kind of typical lineup position, but he's managing to. He's still in the lead of this heat, Tom. Yeah. So
now, Jonathan and others watching, you can comment. Here's the information on the icon that just popped up.
Taking us all day to get.
We
to
could
that
have
point.
we could have a YouTube debate. Yeah, we've been on air for about 8 hours before we pointed that out, but now we have pointed it out.
Since 1975, it was Portuguese until 1975. Thank you, Jonathan. Much appreciated. There we go. We are being educated. Oh, and just looking at my relatives who have come to visit me.
Didn't I say Portugal earlier on?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, he has commented on the YouTube section as well, so it's very kind of you, Jonathan. You've upped our YouTube comments by 25% there. Or is it 33%? And Luca Owen on the inside again. So it's all open for Elijah Jones.
Oh,
He's waiting with priority. He just needs the 1.54.
I dare say, Tom, that there's something's changed in the lineup here. The wind looks different. The swell looks different all of a sudden.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm just looking at my cousin, Lee.
You guys want to keep running, I reckon.
Yeah, well, we are. We're going into the under-18 girls after this next under-18.
So did I or did I not also... Oh, Luca Owen on the inside.
Oh,
this could be a game changer here. If he gets on rail, it's going to change the situation, and he does. And he might get a reform here. And Elijah is up and riding on a left at the same time. And the camera hasn't been able to follow Elijah, so I will tell you what he's done. He's off already. So Luca Owen worked it through to the inside. You saw everything he did. Elijah... with one pretty solid frontside snap, but then the wave went into deep water. But Elijah is now in a better position in the lineup. I'm going to take a guess that Luca Owen's score
Buick
will improve and
he's gone left.
That Elijah...
He might be in here, Tom. Oh, forehand phone climb. No.
So the score drops for Luca... The score for Luca Owen hasn't dropped yet. It's going to improve his situation. So Elijah is going to need more than 1.54.
He's up again. Oh, nice.
He's on the inside here now. He will need a connection here to the shoulder. And we've got both Luca Owen and Ewan Buick are right down on the inside now, and they've picked off waves. Buick, a big closeout bash on the inside, and Owen stuck behind whitewater. Unlikely either of those two are going to get to their feet again because they're now on the inside.
That was a lovely, I enjoyed that, but even though he didn't make it.
It was a beautiful turn.
Yeah, it was power, flow, speed, all the things we've been hoping to see.
We've got Elijah Jones alone in the lineup. He's just had to duck dive some reforming whitewater.
Wow.
He needs a wave. There's 15 seconds left. They might even be slightly less than that because there's a slight lag.
Oh, hang on.
I think the horn is going to go. Elijah might paddle for one here. I don't think he's going to, so it does look like this is going to be it. And that is the horn.
That was a interesting heat, that one, Tom. It was highly competitive right to the end. Could have been anyone's. The waves seemed to improve during that heat from previous heats. The rip seems as though it's calmed down. And
as we go into the next heat now, Vaughan, you're going to have to do your John Murray style, telling us what colour Manchester United are playing in and what side they're playing from to the other, because the viewers at home can't see anything at the moment.
Well, we're going to resolve that. Position will be resolved very shortly.
It'll be resolved.
Power outage, guys, or we moments away? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not expected to be a big delay.
Nope. A couple of minutes. And Tom, I'm just going to have to excuse me a sec. I'm going to viewers, or listeners now. So
we are.
Yeah, we are. Radio 5 Live has gone.
Vaughan's off to
just about live.
Vaughan's off to make a couple of calls. So yeah, we'll do a John Murray. We'll tell you, or whoever else. We're doing a. I suppose we would call this an audio cast now. So the camera picture will be up again soon. As things stand, we have got all three competitors for the next heat sitting in the channel still. So we're looking out to is the direction the wind is coming from, the direction the swell is coming from. There's a channel. There's a right-left peak, which is very, very onshore. And we've got, in red, Willem Beck. He is sitting the closest towards being able to access the peak. And then we've got just over White. He is sitting further into the channel, and Kyman Holmes is all the way out into the channel. Now, there is a surfer in green registered as being in this heat, Seth Reed. I can't see him at the moment. What happens here is that the horn goes, and all of the surfers... The surfer who is going to arrive in the lineup first is going to be Willem Beck. And the surfers have got to be a bit careful here, because if you... But Willem Beck now right on the inside. I don't think we're that far off getting the picture back up and running. Eddie Waring and Kyman Holmes are both sat very close to each other. And it looks from here as though Beck, when a set comes, is Bristol Channel. I can see on the cliffs towards Linton and Lynmouth a little patch of sunlight showing some of the divided fields at the top of those cliffs. There are a few parents and coaches down on the sharp cobble rocks and up and riding to start this heat off. The surfer in red is now riding a wave and doing a fair bit of work, pretty stylish pumping work to get through to the inside. Willem Beck gets a tap off the foam, and then behind him, also going left, is Eddie Warren, and he doesn't quite manage to tic-tac pump in, and then gave the Whitewater a tap. Eddie Waring, a little bit less movement, slightly bigger wave. Both of these waves were from the midpoint of the lineup, Whitewater reforms. And then Kyman Holmes is pushed and been brought all the way through to the inside, but not actually ended up popping up to his feet and will have lost priority. The picture is... and you can...
I've been told by Phil Sadler, who's the WSF, along with Emily Williams, WSF head coaches, that these two kids, Eddie and Will, are to look out for.
Yeah.
They've been surfing really well and will be challenging this year, especially without Eli and Elliot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a heat with Eddie in last year's Welsh in the Open, but there was a lot of water moving and I didn't really see him surf. So as a result, I haven't seen him surf, because the only time I would have had the chance to see him surf would have been commentating his heat, but I wasn't because I was in it.
Yes, indeed. So so I've got the same Tom, had the family down, and my poor lovely lady Beth is I say poor, she's probably enjoying a nice afternoon, having a couple of sips of Prosecco and a beer or two with the family.
Prosecco, skiing instead of snowboarding.
That's
life among the Vaughans.
Well, as I say, I learnt to ski. I went on a school ski trip when I was about 13 years of age with a number of my schoolmates, and
they wouldn't let you snowboard on that, would they?
Tom, snowboarding wasn't invented then.
You should have invented it.
No, it was that long ago.
Well, you could have come up with it.
It was like 1983, something like that, 84. Snowboarding was. Well, put it this way: it was in its very early stages. I think it was probably about 86, 87. I went skiing. Certainly, there was no snowboard hire until a number of years later.
The first time I went snowboarding, I went to Tamworth and I ordered a day's 1-to-1 so that I could just get on with it straight away.
Yeah,
and I was very pleased I'd done that.
Oh, look at this insider. Who's on this one? Is that Blue?
Yeah, that's Blue. So
it's got some speed here. Yeah. Nice little rail grab.
Yeah, that's a nice
and a hop. I'm quite sure. I don't know if that was a bit of a...
Kyman Holmes, yeah. The hop was...
was that out of frustration or...
no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a lot left there, but it was an interesting finish.
I was very pleased I did that, because it meant that I was able to go snowboarding with some mates who knew what they were doing and sort of try and pretend that I could go along with them on the first day. Yeah. When I got back, I ran into Jamie Bateman. And I said to Jamie Bateman, I was telling him the story, and Jamie Bateman said that he had also gone on his first ever snowboard trip
with me,
with a bunch of people who knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And he claims that he did not take any lessons and sat on the chairlift to the top of the mountain.
He did.
Turned round, pointed his board down the mountain, and figured out that he was going to have to get down there somehow.
Yeah, and to be fair, the more amusing part of that story is once he stepped off that chairlift, and you kind of slide off the chairlift for the first time on a snowboard with one footing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
He went up A over T, and the underside of the board was the board kept upright, and he landed on the underside of his thigh, and he had, the onlookers, myself, Chris Fowler, and a guy called Jason Prosso, were weak with laughter, but he really, really hurt himself.
Good.
Hell of a bruise. White, up and riding.
Yeah, not in
Backhand
our image, but just a sort of S-turn one way then the other, wasn't it? That was Eddie Waring. It'll be very, very similar in score to his first wave.
Yeah, I've got to say the snowboarding...
Maybe slightly more.
Snowboarding surf thing.
Yeah, 0.2 more than the first.
There we go. Yeah, surf snowboard thing isn't... once you've got your balance, and the counterbalance is a little bit different for snowboarding. Yeah, well,
you're on your front foot, aren't you, in the snowboard?
Toes and heels, and you're leaning back.
All of the board is in play as, sort of capable of moving or sliding with a snowboard, isn't it? Whereas with a surfboard, it's the tail and the fins.
Yeah. Now, as this tide, if anyone that's been viewing here, they're probably quite surprised. You might not be able to see it on your screen, but the distance the tide has travelled within the last hour and a half. Ooh, what did you say?
150 yards?
Yeah, 150 yards, yeah, maybe. Here you go, on a right-handed blue.
So Kaiman got a 2 for his first wave.
Yeah.
So the judges are definitely preferring Willem Beck so far, because... and it was that just a little bit more kind of flow, a little bit more economy of motion.
Yeah. It's certainly been a tough day for competitors. I've just been speaking to Arthur Buick, who's disappointed with his under-18s heat, understandably.
So he was eliminated, wasn't he?
He was, and he was in the first one when the rip was perhaps at its most furious. And I just gave him a little pep talk and said, next time, try and understand that you're going to be coming back here quite frequently. You use the beach to your advantage.
Did you tell him that if he wants to go on YouTube tonight, he can watch you thoroughly critique his every move?
Well, as I say,
with my support.
As I say, very easy to tell people what to do when you're not having to do it yourself. Oh, look at this little insider in the red vest. Who we got? This is William.
Now, both surfers,
again.
all three surfers now are using the inside section, so they've given up on the outback wave.
Yeah, well, to be honest, Tom, that's not a bad solution at this stage, because it does hug the reef. You've got the waves further out which break and tend to, if you can get it right, you'll be laughing. But the lefts do hit thicker, deeper water quite quickly, and just don't offer a lot. But as it pushes in over this, and I don't know if viewers can see it, there's the rock here is almost like a finger of rock that goes off to the sort of southwest there.
Yeah.
And the peak kind of moves further over to the left. And but as you can see, peeking out the back here, and this is why I suggested to the juniors that they should be picking off these set ways. There's one out the back there. And that's got a nice bit of face starting to line up, isn't it?
That wave out back would that would give you the opportunity for a good couple of turns. And then probably an inside connection, wouldn't it? Or is it going to back off?
There's a couple in here, so you've got a bit of a selection. Saying that.
Oh, and
didn't offer too much. Here we go, red. Now, red's in a reasonable position here.
Yeah, there was an in and out for Kaiman.
What's he got for us?
As well. I think this is going to reform, isn't it?
It is.
Oh,
he's
given up on it.
Yeah, no, I can see
why. To me,
why.
that looks like it would have reformed, but you think that was the right call?
Yeah, it did reform eventually, but you're down to a sort of 6-inch wave by that point. So
Kaiman Holmes
back out the back.
With another couple of scores that are unlikely to figure at the moment. So Willem Beck still looks sort of best value for the lead in this heat at the moment. You'd imagine after that next score drops. It has dropped. Yeah, no, it doesn't go into the top two. Yes, because he didn't do a manoeuvre on the inside, did he? No. So, yeah, Holmes will be chasing Waring as things stand. So Willem Beck is the heat leader, and you'd imagine if he gets a second wave, if he backs up his first score, he might move a little bit further out front.
Sorry, let's have a look at those scores.
Here you go. I'll pass them over. We got the scores on screens now.
Yeah, there we go. So
to be able to see,
Willem is, as you say, he's got a couple of scores, but everyone seems
He's
to have
far
what?
from-
Yeah,
he's far
none
from
of
safe.
none of them got any real solid number on the board as of yet. It's not a lot of time. It's
The first.
look at
two
that right at the
heats.
back there now. Look, Tom,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
It's a little slopey, but you got an entry point there.
Yeah.
Could have bob weaved, and then you've got a bit of a section.
So I had a heat in about the same stage of tide as this with you last year,
Yeah.
and
Ooh.
I went
Wow, that was a
and
fall.
I went to the
Sorry,
inside
Willem.
and had the lead until about the last minute and a half, and then one of
Yeah.
those rights came through, and then you got through and I didn't.
Yeah, and this is what.
So
Yeah, it's not a how many ways can you catch contest.
Yeah.
It's the best two.
So you waited for one of those rights to come, and you kind of you staked your heat on it that one was going to show up sooner or later.
I did.
And it was the right thing to do.
I did start to get a little bit panicky around the 60 seconds to go mark, but it's
Well, rather be you panicking at the 60 seconds mark and then catching the wave than me panicking at the 10 seconds mark
yeah. Well, it was,
as the score gets announced and realising that you've led for 19 and a half minutes.
yeah. Well, I've already got one loss to you again, on my CV, and one which I can never get rid of. But I can always put that one down to every dog has their day. A fluke, a one-off.
Here
Oh, here we
he
go,
is.
Willem.
Oh,
There we go. Make that now. Come on, well done.
Put him. Yeah, that will put him into a. I wouldn't say commanding, but I would say
No, but it's a score, isn't it?
yeah,
And
solid
that's-
position in the heat now. And
Blue.
then
Oh,
if
yes.
he's style,
Come on.
they're not going to give him the make on that, are they?
They're not. No, but that was
Chiron.
of the two turns. That was probably the more dynamic, but he didn't ride out, so it's not going to score.
Yeah,
But
it would have
Willem,
been a score.
it was a short ride, but it was the borders up in the lip.
They've scored it very
completed it.
quickly. 2.67.
There we go. Highest score of the
And
heat.
Kaiman, they've quickly scored as a 1.07. It actually does go into his top two. So, but it doesn't change the situation because it was his backup. Kaiman needs a 1.2 to get into second position.
Low
as it
numbers, aren't
stands.
they? And
Unless
with 5 minutes remaining, and we talked about that little heat of ours, a little bit of
Yeah.
insignificant history, but with such low numbers, there's still some sets peeking out the back on the kind of mid-tide reef rather than the sort of
yeah,
approaching high now, and the tide is moving in at pace, but there's still some swells peeking up out there, and it literally one set wave, 2-3 turns,
yeah.
you're into the 5s and 6s. And there you go, White's on an inside.
Oh, and he'll be frustrated there because that was an opportunity missed. Because he is currently sitting in an advancing position, but he's playing rear guard on only a 1.5.
Well, it's still
and-
not out of it. There's still plenty of time, and
Yeah.
he is, if
3
nothing
minutes.
else. There you go,
Oh,
Blue.
Kaiman on the inside.
Kaiman.
No, this is not impossible.
That's died.
Oh, I mean, only a 1.2 needed. Would that possibly be it?
It's not going to be far off because he kind of
1.2.
did a little bit of a hook, didn't he? And
1.2. And I mean, the judges. Will the head judge now be telling the judges to think carefully about which side of 1.2
sure.
they give this? 1.23. Holmes goes up into second with
Wow.
2 minutes and 45 left, and Waring is off to the right of the peak, quite a way. He's going to have some work to do, I think, to get a wave from where he is sat in 1 minute and in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's not a.
well, it just
It's
needs
not a guaranteed. It's not a fait accompli, is it?
No, but it just needs to get on a bigger wave with choppers. Just one section.
0.03 in it.
Do you know what, Tom? I just realised how how perhaps unfair we're being here because, of course, none of our competitors today would have been able to pick up on any scores because
No.
the announcements with this wind are just
Yeah. So
just not going to hear it. So yeah, they're
Kaiman
not where.
he will have no idea.
Yeah.
That he just moved into an advancing position by 0.03
Yeah.
on that wave.
Yeah, this is where the conditions are working against not just the organisers and the competitors,
similarly,
but each surfer and each heat.
Eddie Waring will now have no idea that he needs a score.
No, and that's difficult because
So you are right. We're commentating on a situation
with
that
knowledge,
is sort of make
Yeah.
belief, isn't it? We're going, oh look, there he is. He needs the score, but he
Yeah.
doesn't know he needs the
No.
score. I mean, he can assume that. I'm sure he will know his position is unlikely to be that secure, whatever it is.
But your heat strategy should be if you've got two off the the bat that are relatively
Yeah.
similar, go out and find a better wave.
Yes.
And there just seems to be
Yeah.
I don't know, not in the sea, and it's quite different when you're out there. That kind of idea to sit further in. That I thought he was going to go right then.
Yeah. Get
well,
2 waves and then
yeah.
try and beat those 2 waves.
Yeah, exactly. But
1 minute.
yeah, it's to be fair. Right now, there's not a lot on the horizon. Here we go.
And so this, although he doesn't know it,
White up and riding
for
now.
White is the wave where he would have needed a 1.54.
Here we go. You know, I know it's panic
I
stations,
mean, he
but
did a
there is-
wiggle then. He did a wiggle. Will he get 1.54?
I don't think he'll get that. Not based on 1.23.
So he's up and riding for too short a time, wasn't he?
No, but there's some sets way further out. Breaking in, perhaps. Look at this one behind here, Tom.
Yeah.
Look at the back.
All 3 surfers with scores to drop now. 20 seconds left. So this is actually a very exciting ending to this heat.
Yeah, well, here we go. This
Nobody
one's
knows
coming
it.
through. Here we go. Williams in a good position. He is going to pick this one off.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
well, he's just as a victory lap.
Oh, he just got stuck behind a little
But
bit.
this behind with 5 seconds left would be an absolute buzzer beater if it happened. No, so we're just waiting for the scores to drop. So Beck will have won the heat. And so if the last of Waring in the white tops 1.54, which we think is going to be just under, then it'll be Holmes's advancing position. But there is a score to go for Holmes as well, which I think is going to be less than the 1.23. So I think that it's the score for White that's going to change things. We're waiting for those scores to drop.
Well, that was tough. That
Really
was
tough.
It's that classic stage of tide where it's kind of between 2 peaks. It's in the 1 to 2 foot range, the tops. So let's not be too harsh on our competitors here.
Yeah.
They did well to find scores out there. It was really difficult. I would have liked to have seen them further out. I've harped on about, I don't know how many times. And I say, perhaps I need to don my wetsuit and go out there and see what it's all about.
1.47 for the last of red, but that's not the score we need.
No.
Now, the judges will know that the scores they're about to drop are going to change the heat, and it's a 0.9 for the last of white.
That's
so
fair play to the judges. They got that spot on.
Beck and Holmes advance.
They do.
Waring and Seth Reed, who was a ghost in that one.
Yeah,
Seth on.
Seth didn't turn up today, as I
Okay.
understand. I don't know what the reasons are.
We're
It's a
straight
shame.
on into the under-18 girls semi-finals. So this will be the last but one heat of the day, am I right?
Yeah, and I may have to cut my commentary short as my family duties pull
Well,
me.
we've got Josie Hawke
home.
in the red, Gwen and Morgan in the white, Poppy Owen in the green, and Delphi Beck in the blue. And I think we're going to go to a commercial, and then we will bring that heat to you.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on them bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
So, in the water right now, we've got the under 18 girls, so you can like or comment. You saw the icon there saying you can like or comment our YouTube channel. And Josie Hawke is in the red here. You can see the surfers in the lineup. We've got Gwen and Morgan in the white, Poppy Owen in the green, and Delphi Beck is in the blue. So Delphi Beck from Tenby, we saw her surf a little bit earlier. Poppy Owen, who we also saw surf earlier. Gwen and Morgan in the white, and then Josie Hawke in the red, who we've seen doing very well as well.
Well,
you are off then, are you, Vaughnie?
Yeah, I do apologise to leave you flying solo, but as Josie up and down there quickly, I have my family duties. I promised I wouldn't be involved in the Welsh this weekend whatsoever.
And you've been down here for
7 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm well and truly in the doghouse, and I'm going to rescue my family members who look perished
before
on the
you
rocks.
do go, you know the phrase "in the doghouse."
Here we go.
You know where it comes from?
Do inform me.
It comes
Pray
from.
tell.
It comes from the novel J.M. Barrie's novel Peter Pan.
Oh, really?
Mr. Darling, when his kids have disappeared and gone to Neverland, sleeps in the doghouse because he's fallen out with Nana Doggy. I bet you didn't know that.
I didn't, and it hasn't changed my life. But one thing I am seeing at the moment, Tom, is a really, really significant set. Probably
Yes.
the biggest one we've seen all day. Right, way out the back.
Oh yeah, will the
if
competitors be in place for it? It might not break out back and might come all the way to the inside.
It's already starting to feather, look.
But that would give them a chance to pick off a reform then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, look at this one.
So Josie Hawke goes for an insider there. So she's going to be out of place. Oh,
Say
yeah,
one of the
that-
biggest of the day. The one behind, I think, looks more.
Yeah, look at that one.
That's got a nice wall,
That's
isn't
a
it?
really
Look at
solid wave. Look.
that. That's what I would call a heat winner.
Do you want to go right or left on that?
Well, it's both options,
Yeah.
isn't it? There's a close out right and a bit of a left. In fact,
Yeah,
I would
and
say
then
the right would have been better, even on the end there.
The
Look at
right's
that
bowling
reeling
off
off.
into the next bit of the bay as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that was certainly head high on these girls. Certainly for Josie, that would have been a score. And I'm looking out at the back again now, Tom. And it does do this at this stage of the time. It kind of peaks up on the mid-tide reef and then sort of drops back down. But it does give an indicator. Can you see? Looks like another set coming in. So let's hope these girls take notice of what
so
just
those
happened.
sets they're feeling the
Feeling the
rock
reef,
bank
yeah.
that they were on,
Yeah,
and then they don't quite break on it, and then they come right the way through.
yeah.
So we've now passed that bit where it's the sort of most difficult stage of the tide, haven't we?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at a couple of our previous heats competitors. That familiar feeling of like trying to, the Welsh Nationals is a big event. You've got all your hopes and aspirations, pinned on a great performance. And when the waves are poor, like they have been today, green, boom,
Great turn there. That's Poppy Owen. So,
Poppy Owen, lovely stuff.
She was in on the backhand earlier on the right, so now really lights it up on the front side. So
did.
that'll be a solid first score for Poppy Owen. It'll be interesting to see where the judges put it. I'm guessing that starts with a 3. Will I be right?
I would say higher.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say there's not a lot on offer out there now.
I suppose it was a really solid re-entry. It's a 4.
Yeah, there we go. That's about right.
4.6. Yeah, you're right. 4.6, much higher than.
Yeah, it was good, clean surfing
Than
through
I
the lip.
guessed,
We haven't
yeah.
seen a lot of that at all day there. It just hasn't been a lot on offer. So
Mm.
done well to pick that one out, and puts her in a strong position now because she only needs another ride of any sort of note. I would
Yeah.
say, and she'd be looking strong to progress through this heat. But just saying that, just looking at the previous heats competitors, some of them obviously joyous in their progression through to the next round, and others not quite so, as things didn't pan out and go home and that horrible sort of sinking heavy heart feeling of
It's a horrible feeling, but I heard somebody say once that sports, and indeed supporting sports, is effectively a kind of well, I don't even know if harmless is the right word. It's a bit like gambling, but you don't bet money, you bet your emotions. So it's the deal you make at the start of the day, and you're never gonna win an amount that changes your life unless you stake an amount that changes your life.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I gotta say, I know that horrible feeling of feeling like the world's come crashing down, especially as an under 18, because some of these boys, they're moving into the adult category next year, and that's going to be a lot tougher for them. So this last year as a junior, it's some time before you get a second division. It's usually about 35 before you've got a second backup division, which is double their age that they are now. So double their lifetime before they get a second crack.
There used to be the under 20s.
Yeah, that was the pro sort of junior thing.
I had one last stab at a final in Manabia when I was in the under 20s. But then they did away with the under 20s category, and then of course, so do you know, I've had a very blessed life because there was the under 20s, and then the over 28s came in.
Yeah, the seniors was there the seniors was there a long time. That was a kind of European division, but there's been a lot more settlement on the categories now, because you've got the Euro Juniors, World Juniors, that's under 16s, under 18s only. Yeah. And then you've got kind of like the World Masters, which, you know, there's really set categories in that now, because it was just starting to get, you take a Euro Juniors, you had under 12s, under 14s, under 16s, under 18s, boys, girls, longboards and bodyboards. Just too much surfing. Yeah. So they've had to start to narrow down the field. Just looking to our left, Tom, the ledges just suddenly turned into birdie heads there for a moment. And
offshore as well.
Yeah, that's just bizarre, isn't it? It seems that, you know, that shouldn't be any ways over there, and all of a sudden a sort of shoulder high beauty roll through.
Poppy Owen making another attempt there to back up 4.6 as things stand. Josie Hawk, or 1.03 and a 0.83. And Delphi Beck currently sits in second with a 1.1 and a 1.37. So Gwenan Morgan yet to take off on one.
Well, here we go. Approaching the last couple of second half of this heat, and one more to go, Tom. I'm going to have to leave you. I do apologise.
That's all right.
And as I look to resume my family duties, and
We'll run a little commercial while we unplug your mic.
Thank you very much. Look forward to joining you in the morning.
See you tomorrow morning. It's going to be an early one, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll be probably up and running by 8 o'clock. So 7:30 check-in.
There we are.
Have a good night's sleep. Take care all.
Okay, so comment on our YouTube, subscribe. It'll keep our account busy and moving on YouTube, the Welsh Surfing Federation's account. Ask him. And there's another good set coming through, and all surfers are stuck on the inside at the moment. Hey, you can see another one of those really big barges going through up the channel towards Avonmouth in the background. Viewers can see that. That's probably about half the size of the one that was visible before. And that boat has been doing a turning round manoeuvre. It's been doing a sort of a 3-point turn. I can announce something very exciting. It looks as though we are going to lose Mark Vaughan in the commentary booth, but we're going to have... Yeah, you've got to creep in under those wires, buddy. We are going to have a special guest for the last two heats of the day. Somebody I have commentated with before, and I have to say I greatly enjoy commentating with this person. I'll put you out of your misery, whatever it is. It is Gregory Ross Owen. How's it going, Greg?
Hello, everybody.
Now, let me show you how to hold that microphone properly. Right? Oh, up and right in, Poppy Owen. Oh, and she's going to make it through the inside section there. Bit of a reform, gets on the rail. Pushing along, bit of pumping. That'll be the wave of the heat. Now, Greg, you've got to see that symbol by there. Yeah. Apologies, viewers. You can't see this what I'm doing, but I'm showing Greg how to use these microphones. These condenser mics are slightly tricky things.
Touch the talk.
No, you don't need to touch it. You need to... It's got to always be facing you that way. If it goes that way or that way, people aren't going to hear you. Right? And then it's got to be basically
On
the
your chin.
distance. The chin is kind of there on the metal, right? These are the ones in a football stadium. They'd have that little thing over the top of them, yeah.
That's it.
And that's it. That's it right there, and about this distance, right?
Good.
And then Diana will sound check you and say if we can hear you okay. What's happening, Greg?
Hello, everybody.
How's his sound levels, Diana?
Just enjoying the day down here now. There's a beautiful rainbow developed over there.
Oh, so there is. I wonder whether we might even be able to get a little bit of video footage of that rainbow.
That's nice.
Good spot, Greg. You've only been in here a minute and you've brightened up everybody's day. Now, the pot of gold is Avonmouth at the end of that rainbow there. It's a great rainbow, that is. I reckon they might be able to get a shot of it. Every colour. Yeah, big barge going through the back of the lineup.
4-man heat paddling outlet.
Yeah, so we've got four in the
4
water
women,
as well.
sorry.
We've got, in this one, I don't know if Gwen Ann Morgan's in there. No, she's not. So in this one, we got Poppy Owen, Delphi Beck, and Josie Hawke. Now, I'm sure, Greg, you'll know Josie Hawke.
I think
familiar with her work.
she is one of our finest prospects, isn't she?
Absolutely.
To the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know Poppy Owen or Delphi Beck at all.
I think Poppy is also one of our finest prospects as
She
well.
got a 4.6 at the start of this heat. Do you want me to hook you into the scores so that you can have them on your own phone? Oh, you've got it.
Got it.
You got it.
Yes.
And Delphi Beck, she's the sister of Willem Beck,
Okay.
and
Yes,
she's
yes.
from Tenby.
Right.
So
Great.
just keep the microphone, keep that microphone there. That's it.
Where's Gwenin from?
She's not in the water.
She's a no-show.
Yeah, I think she's out west, but hasn't been able to make it. Has either not made it or has had to leave. So the rainbow went before the camera could find it. Never mind. It was worth a go. What do you think of the conditions? Now, we were commenting on you. We were enjoying your hand gestures down on the rocks for Lucas Heat.
I'm glad I'm able to entertain all.
That was a pretty nerve-wracking ending to Lucas Heat.
Yeah, it was like, what do we call that? Contestable. It's a dreaded term that competitors hate to use. They hate to hear. Contestable means it's awful.
It's a fair result. It means it's awful, but it's a fair result.
But when I was young, when I was doing these comps,
so yeah, we're okay. Sorry,
you just surfed in whatever. Like
Yeah.
this, if it was over 18 inches, out you go. Well,
Yeah.
if it was 10 foot, out you go.
yeah,
It didn't matter if it was 18 inches and how blowing a hooligan.
preach. I
Doesn't
agree with
matter.
every word.
You
That's what
turned
it should
You
be.
turned up at the comp and they were running it, and that was
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And
Oh well, and that's what it has been today, and people have had a very good attitude about doing it, haven't they?
yeah. Like, it's often a stop-start affair, and it's a bit of a hurry-up-and wait job. But that's our sport. You wait for the right conditions, then you surf and get out. And when it's wrong, you go and have a bit of food
See,
or
look,
whatever.
that boat out the back is turning round again. No,
He can't make his mind up.
no, it's literally rotating. It's having a little spin like a roundabout.
Handbrake turn.
Handbrake turn.
He wants to get a life, he does. You mate. Sort it out. Look at that right-hander at the back.
Yeah, that's a great
that's
looking
actually a
wave,
good
isn't
wave,
it?
yeah.
There's been a few of those coming through, but being in the right place for them has proven a challenge.
Mm.
So
And
Luca,
again, look at that one. Look at
Here
that.
we
Look at that.
go.
Right, Steve. Oh, right. Who we got up? Oh no, she didn't quite
it's
commit
in
to
and
it.
out. That was Josie. Yeah, that
She
boat is actually turning around very quickly.
Josie's going again. Not the wave backed off.
When was the last time you were on a boat, Greg?
I went to the Mentawai about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
We had a beautiful boat.
You went with Greg Hill and
Greg,
Spencer Hargreaves, isn't it? Yeah.
Gadge. It was his 40th, basically, as
Right.
we were there.
Nice.
We had macaroni steaming.
Yeah.
That was the highlight of it for me, really. 2 days of macaroni. We were moored off at a little docking bay. There's 2 boats are allowed at a time.
Right.
You get a pass for it.
So do you go off the boat to surf, or do
Yeah.
you walk off the docking bay and paddle out from
No,
the point?
You're off the boat, and it's wonderful. We had quite a nice boat as well. There was only 8 of us on it, so it was pretty mellow.
So Macca's has got the surf camp on it as well. So
Yeah.
is it crowded by the 2 boats and the surf camp combined, or
No.
can it handle it?
You got about, most people, 25 guys.
That's all right.
But
isn't
it's the wave is pouring through. It's wave
Yeah.
after wave for like all
yeah,
day.
talking about some of these surf spots, they're crowded, but they can handle it. I remember
Yeah.
once at the Pass in Byron Bay, right?
Josie's paddling.
Here she goes.
Josie up.
She's going to get stuck behind that, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's
lovely
going to look for a
pop-up.
reform, but no. Did you ever surfed the Pass in Byron Bay?
Yeah.
It's not a great wave, but it's a place to see and tick off the list if you're in that neck of the woods.
But there's about 1,400 guys in the lineup, isn't
There was about 1,400 guys in the lineup. So what I did, and I've also done the same thing at Uluwatu, right? I watched a wave go from the top of the point to the inside, and I counted the average number of times that wave would section and let a
Yeah.
new rider go
Well,
on.
that's it.
And one wave at the Pass lets about 8 surfers
Mm.
ride it, realistically, right? And likewise at Ulu's, one wave going down Ulu's, if you go from, not counting the temple section, from the peak through to the inside of the racetrack, it lets about 4 or 5 different people have a ride, right? There's a wave every 12 to 18 seconds.
Pouring through.
So that means that it's basically a surfer is allowed a wave every 2 seconds. So if you've got 1,400 guys in there, then you've got to count to 12. You've got to count to 700, and everybody's had a wave.
Good mathematics, mate.
In theory.
Do you do that all in your head just there?
Yeah, no, I did it stood at the Pass. I did it stood at Ulo's.
While you were waiting your 700 seconds for your wave. I know. I'll fill my time.
No,
doing
well,
something
yeah.
else.
No, yeah,
Captain's turned that boat right round.
all the way around.
He's a boy, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
very confused, he is, isn't he?
It's literally
he's-
rotating. That
He's going
boat
back.
is.
Someone said he's forgot something. He's forgot his
It's got
bicycle.
something there written on the side.
Going
of
back
it
to
as well,
Bristol
isn't
to
it?
get his bicycle.
EUKOR, Ucor.
Hmm.
Huge barge, enormous boats. Not as big as the one went through earlier. We were talking about the size of the boats. We were saying the Panamax, as they call it, which is the boat that's too big to go through Panama or Suez. I don't think that would be one of them. Oh, here we go, Josie up and right in.
Josie. The others are a bit wide, aren't they? Josie's on the peak there. She's the only one. Sort of.
And
Oh
here
no,
we
green up.
go. Yeah, here we
We
go
pop
on the
up, ours.
inside. Yeah, it was
Poppy.
a good one, wasn't it? Poppy. She's actually the heat leader.
Poppy's had one screamer. She had
And
a
this heat's
4.6.
going to end in a second now anyway. So that's going to be that. It's going to be Poppy and it's
Josie.
going to be Josie that go through. So Josie's got there on the lower scores in the end. With that last one, a 2.4 for Josie for the wave before. Pops her up into second. And so that is going to be that. And
They're in the final.
we're counting out. So Delphi did hold an advancing position for a bit. And then in the end, Josie's kind of got to work really and kind of laboured through into second place. Poppy be pleased to take a scalp of Josie there though in that, even though they're advancing together. How important when you advance through with somebody is first and second? Is there a psychological
You want to win it.
impact?
Yeah, you look. If you go through in second, you're relieved, right?
Yeah.
Because you've been under pressure.
Yeah.
If you go through in first, you're in a better seed for the final, right? You're in a better
Yeah.
coloured vest, right?
Yeah.
The idea is to win semi-final number 1 and end up
Then
in the
you're in the
final
red
the
vest.
red vest for the
Yeah.
final. You've got the judge's eye on you from the get-go.
Yeah.
That's how you win. No, it's not always simple, but sometimes you can win in a blue vest, you can win in a white vest, but it's easier in a red vest.
Yeah.
The red's on one here, wide here, on this wide peak.
No, I don't know whether that's Josie coming in, is it? No, that is.
That's
is
our
red
new
from
heat.
the
That's a
next heat, yeah.
strange. Katie went
Now,
on
did she go on that before the horn or not? That was
No,
Katie
no,
David, so
they-
the cameras missed that.
That's wide. I don't know.
Yeah, they're scoring it. I can see on the
Her
screen.
dad wants to get her over from there. That's in the middle of nowhere.
So do you know Katie David and her family?
I
Are they
don't.
West? Are they West as well?
They're
All of the guys in this heat are West, aren't they?
they've got a massive
Phil
push
Sadler's doing a great
on.
job
yeah.
out there, isn't he?
They're all talented and all in it together.
Yeah.
Since and pushing each other forward, which is that's the key to it, isn't it? Can't do it alone.
So that was a 1.07 they've given Kate David. It was a bit of a fat wave, wasn't it? I would
Yeah.
probably say you're right that she wants to get over into the middle of the lineup.
No, green and blue are deserting the correct lineup to join them
They're
in
heading
the
towards her,
incorrect
yeah.
lineup. She's persuaded them to come to the wrong spot. All she wants to do now is do a U-turn and go back to
And
where
leave 'em
they
there.
are.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do what the boats do.
Perfect strategy. White paddling, red paddling,
Oh.
red up.
Kate
Red not up.
David has another little look again. So the red vest, right? Is it just the colour red? You know, like
Well, red's the colour of the blood, isn't it?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
athletics,
Yeah.
red's a seeded colour. It's
So-
it's the most Wales playing red. Red is the most powerful.
Manchester United.
It's the most powerful colour.
Chicago Bulls. Yeah,
And in our world of surfing, red is the seeded colour.
it is, isn't it? But now
Yeah.
let me just throw this out there. They've borrowed it from cycling. This idea of
gold.
the yellow jersey.
Yeah.
What do you think to that?
Well,
You'd rather be in red.
well, no. When I look at it now, when I see that gold jersey, it now means something to me.
Yeah, you're the world number one. It means, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
But
you always-
only at the top level.
Yeah.
Like here, the yellow jersey is no use to anyone.
No. Exactly.
It is a colour that seldom advances, isn't it?
True. If you're yellow, you're lower seed.
Is it lowest? Is it? Yeah, white.
Yeah.
It's a white second seed, is it? Then blue, then yellow.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
We used to have a black, and the black was the lowest seed, but he looked a bit like a free surfer,
Yeah.
and he can do radical things as a free surfer.
Well,
so
yeah,
he was,
or
he was sort of-
or one of the free surfers gets mistaken for them.
I didn't see him, mate. I had 4 waves. No, he didn't see him get anything.
Yeah. Now the Ucore spinning round and round has now made its way quite far up the channel. So whatever it's doing, it must know what it's doing. With those manoeuvres.
Look
boat.
at this right-hander beer now. That's
It's a great looking wave.
Look at that. Look at that. They want to be on that.
Yeah.
That's gone flying through.
It's coming into deep water here, isn't it? So this is Taylor Shelmerdine, and now she surfed really well in the
White's
in the
paddling.
16s earlier,
Indy
and
Lynch.
Indy Lynch, who was also ripping in the 16s earlier. So these girls have been surfing all day. They've been in their wetsuits. I saw a couple of them with chattering teeth earlier. I remember Tim Jones, rest in peace, telling me that if it's more than half an hour between your heat, whatever time of year, take your wetsuit off and put it on again wet, and you will be warmer than if you leave it on.
Yeah. Well,
He said half an hour. It's half an hour. If it's more than half an hour, take it off and put it on again.
Do you have dry robes back then?
No, they didn't. But you wear a dry robe over a wetsuit now, wouldn't you?
They do.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they designed
And then do
for.
they have to wash them, or do people just sort of have, or dry robes a bit kind of pongy, and that's that?
I don't know.
I don't have one. I don't own one. Do you own a dry robe?
No. I haven't got one. Right. For me, you learn to get out of a wetsuit with a towel.
Yeah. You
And
never
then-
you never been
then-
tempted to try and
Then you put your coat
design
on.
or make anything like one, have you?
I have actually made similar things out of neoprene. I have. Yeah.
Seen Herbie's wearing a neoprene coat.
He is,
this
isn't he?
weekend, Yeah.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Looks I had a feel of it, and I thought it's quite
Rigid. They are,
It's an
aren't they?
uncomfortable material
Yeah.
to be wearing as a coat.
Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't be my choice.
So we've got Indy Lynch now with a 1.67 and a 1.07. Kate David is in second, and Shelmerdine 0.8. So she's sitting in third at the moment. We are getting a bit of love in the comments for Greg.
Oh, good stuff.
Here we go. Greg, a great addition on the mic, making me chuckle straight away.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, me too. You could subscribe and comment. There's the icon on the screen.
I'm
Do it through the
happy
YouTube. Oh, we sound like Beavis and Butthead now, don't we?
now. Red up.
So on the inside,
Green is paddling in the right position. Green is up and right.
Yeah.
Nice pop up. But the wave died. I think she's got the right idea, though, getting a bit deeper into that peak where it's a bit steeper. The majority of that, well, whatever ocean we got here today, is hitting that section here a little
it's
bit to the
moved,
left.
or it's actually moved
But
in the last 10, 15 minutes, right the way across. So,
Standing up there.
so amazingly, the camera hasn't yet moved with it either. Well, I suppose that's because the camera's tracking the competitors.
neither of the competitors, though. Like,
Yeah.
watch his right rolling through here now.
Yeah.
It's sort of doubling up along
So
and
it's, yeah,
shuffling
and it
along,
just going out of the image.
pushing water down. You'd be going pretty quick on
And
that.
here we have a paddle for
Blew up.
that's Caitlin Baisley. She got a great wave before the hooter in her under 16 semi earlier, and then a good one towards the end, but it was a little bit too little too late. And so she was eliminated. So Baisley will be hoping to try and put things right here. We're getting a bit of Bit of praise as well from the comments for the manoeuvre by Poppy Owen in the last heat. So Poppy advancing, winning semi-final number 1, as you say, Greg. So she will be in the red.
4.6.
4.6.
Yeah, no, she's
comment.
Yeah,
there's
she's
how
in
to
the
do
box
it.
seat now. She's in the box seat for the final.
Yeah,
because of that manoeuvre.
yeah, that manoeuvre.
She
yeah.
beat
She beat
Indy Lynch.
Yeah, no, she
sorry.
beat, she stood by there.
Who's our main ripper now? I do know her name.
My mind's gone blank.
Momentarily forgot.
She stood right by there. Josie Hawk.
Josie Hawk.
Yeah.
Right, now that
She
is
stood 10
that's
yards
an
away from us.
achievement. That's an achievement.
We have been on a mic for 9 hours.
That's an achievement, beating.
Yeah. Josie Hawk rips.
Yeah.
I mean, at the in Wilkinson's sword, she was absolutely outstanding, wasn't she? You know, in that heat in those right-handers.
Like Josie will view that as a little bit of a slipped opportunity now.
Yeah.
Because she's going to roll up to the final in a green vest and not that red one. Red up.
Green kryptonite. Yeah.
Kryptonite.
Katie David.
Look at that ledges section over there.
Yeah. So Greg is, for the benefit of the viewers, he's referring us to a few waves that are coming off to the
left-hand side.
To the left-hand side of what the camera can see. Just out of shot, there is a little bit of a peak. It would be quite a bold move for competitors with this level of experience to decide that they were going to desert the lineup and head to it, wouldn't it? It'd be it would only be through the advice of a parent or a coach on the beach that kind of thing's likely to happen, because the competitors are kind of sticking together at the moment. They've all moved through the lineup, though, haven't they? They're no longer in that wrong place.
No, they're in about the right spot, but they're not looking to go right. They're looking to go left.
Looking at lefts.
Now that right-hander's the best wave out there, really. It comes in. Watch this set by her now.
Well, if anyone does go right, they could win the heat. Shelmadine, here she goes.
She's committed to the right there now.
Yeah.
So she is the first one to sort of acclimatise the better. Red's following.
A right-hander could win the heat here.
Yeah, it could. It could, certainly. They just need one of them to go bombing through there. 400 mile per hour.
Yeah.
Up and down a few times. Off we go. Up, off to the races.
11 minutes and 20
5-point
remaining.
Ride.
Yeah, we're doing all right though, aren't we, Welsh surfing? The juniors are doing all right. We've got arguably the two biggest hitters missing this weekend in Elliot Barton and Eli Perrins-Davis, both away on trips. Eli went to do the contest in Morocco, the juniors. Well, it's like a JQS. What do they call it now? It's a junior. There is actually an actual sort of qualifying series that they do for pro juniors. And Lucas Skinner, I know he's not Welsh.
Look at this big right.
Looked good in that contest, didn't he?
Yeah. Watch this now. Oh, she's too deep. Red's too deep. And the others are getting her on the head. But
that's a nice looking wave though, isn't it?
Green had the idea to go and catch that. So Taylor, Shelmadine.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone...
Swansea, I believe Taylor Shelmadine
gets on them.
A Gower surfer.
If one gets one, the others will go right.
Yeah.
That's the way forward.
How's your daughter doing with surfing, Greg?
Well,
I've seen her in a few times.
She goes. The season started now. She's only 12.
Yeah.
She goes in on the regular now.
So that was Indy Lynch with an in and out. A bit of a wiggle. That might make a score there. Indy Lynch is actually the heat leader. She'd be looking to replace a 1.07. I would say she'd done that then.
Yeah. What made me laugh with Esme...
This is your daughter, yeah. Go on.
She just randomly come up to me in the middle of the winter, on whatever sort of a day, and say, "Dad, I now want to go surfing."
Did she? Well, in the winter? Did you take her?
Yeah, and she enjoyed herself. Yeah.
Nice. 2.17 the last of Indy Lynch. So
Green's paddling on that right there. Oh, it's gone the wrong way.
Left. But I'll tell you what, it's a lipper. That is.
That is the best wave of the heat.
That is the best wave of the heat. Taylor Shelmadine.
Check out the right-hander out the back. Look at that thing bombing along.
Yeah, it's reforms.
One of them, but there now.
You'd be on that. You'd get a 30-second
Blue's
ride out
going.
of that, wouldn't you? Yeah, she's going to get the reform. Here we go. Bottom turns. Oh, doesn't quite stick the turn.
It was Taylor Shelmadine's Kryptonite Green.
It was.
Top turn on the backhand.
Hey, that was a rhyme, Greg. An internal rhyme. Taylor Shelmadine's Kryptonite Green. You sound like...
Eminem.
I was trying to think of Drake, one of them. No, hang on, Drake's been he's been in an argument, doesn't he? We don't want to be him. I don't know who they are.
He betted.
Oh, he had an argument with someone, didn't he?
He betted that Tyson Fury would win, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
He bet £500,000 and he lost it, obviously. Usyk beat him.
2.93 for the last of Taylor Shalmerdine, but it doesn't go into the lead because Indy Lynch is carrying a 2.17 and a 1.67. So it's the highest scoring wave of the heat, but at the moment Taylor Shalmerdine doesn't have the backup. It leaves Katie David needing a 2.37, assuming Shalmerdine doesn't back it up. And Baisley needs a 2.71, assuming Shalmerdine doesn't back her score up. So some good surfing going on there. Yeah. Yeah, it's well, yeah, no, you what we do here, if you're
Look at that big right there.
if you're not sure whether you'd have given the same score, what we say is, you say, I'm interested in the decision the judges just made. Are you saying, Greg, that you're interested in the decision the judges just made?
No, I'm certainly not questioning anything like that.
But you had expected something slightly higher, did you?
She took off with control and
It was right tight in the lip, wasn't it? A big backside smash.
If my daughter had done that,
You'd be shouting.
I'd be up. You'd see me do some antics on the beach. I can just tell you that. I thought that was quite rad.
So I got to say as well, I got to sing her praises. She's a lovely kid, your daughter. We spent the day together down at White Sands.
Yes,
all of us, the families.
White
And
paddling,
great day.
white
Oh,
she's got the right
bit of speed.
Oh.
She
Hands in the air.
expresses her frustration. I thought your daughter, she didn't go anywhere near her mobile phone all day long. Played on the beach all day. Was great with the younger kids. And then a week or two later, my daughter was delighted to see your daughter on the stage. We went to that Sony Theatre to see them in Matilda. I thought she was really good in Matilda.
She loved it.
Yeah, so she's on the stage. She's doing a bit of sports.
Oh, she's. I think she sees herself as a budding actress.
Yeah,
And the sport, the surfing blew up, and a bit wide there now, isn't she?
Yeah,
for that,
but
right?
she's
on
getting
the
a bit of length
on the
though,
edge.
isn't she?
She is, but the wave's gone to sleep on her. Love her.
I'll tell you what she's looking for though. There, Caitlin Baisley, a 2.71. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, is it?
No.
Or she'll reduce the requirement for sure.
Green is paddling. Green up. No, she didn't paddle hard enough, unfortunately.
No.
Well, look at the right behind that now.
Yeah.
That's the wave, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and look at the way that's going. Right, that's out of the camera now, going through a section. It actually makes you want to go surfing, doesn't
One
it?
big flying floater.
Yeah. Do you know they gave the last of green a 0.6 and they gave the last of blue a 1.37. So it did reduce the requirement. She now needs a 2.37. So she needs another point. So she's going to need a section, really, blue, to be able to jump up into third. And
Red paddling. Red up.
So she needs a 2.37. They both need a 2.37. She might get that there. Ooh. Well, it depends whether... I'm not sure there's a connection through that inside. I think it might just come just under. And we've got the 5-minute flag going up.
Time to start stressing.
Yeah.
All rejoicing.
Greg, is it more stressful watching heats as a parent than it is being in them?
I think they're both fraught with stress if it goes like the way of the pair. You're stressing whether you're out there or whether you're on the beach. Yeah, it's quite a daunting effect. Either way, if you're out there, at least you can try and do something about it.
Yeah.
If you're on the beach, you can curse and you can wobble and stress, but none of it's going to help, really, and nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do.
You can just do nothing.
I remember seeing Herbie hidden in a dune during one of Ang Harrod's heats a couple of years ago. And I know he'd been in the dune because he wanted to be able to shout without anyone hearing him.
Yeah, it takes a bit of learning how to do it.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of getting used to it, I am.
2.07 for the last of red there, so the requirement down to 1.67 now. So if she does that again, she'll go into an advancing position. But you'd have to say, from looking at the surfing Taylor Shalmerdine did earlier, that if she gets So Shelmerdine scores here 2.93, highest score of the heat, which was a score which had made you interested.
Yeah.
It could, they may well 2.93 means that it wasn't consensus from the judges when you got those decimal points. Maybe some judges had given it more. But
I can see
other scores.
I can see Taylor Shelmerdine getting a nice wave and taking the lead.
She's in
That's the only thing I can see happening here. Indy may increase her lead.
Yeah.
But that's going to. Taylor's got one score that's hardly anything.
She's got the highest. Well, that's the thing.
And she's got the highest one.
Taylor's wave.
Watch this green pad. Here comes my prediction right now.
All their other scores are less
Bottom
than 1
turn.
point.
Oh, the wave totally didn't
good
cooperate at all.
All of the rest of her scores are 0.6, 0.6, 0.8, 0.8. So,
what she needs is like a 1.
It would be a 0.91 to go into the lead.
I'd be surprised if she doesn't do
She
that.
just did it, 1.23.
Oh, there we go.
She's popped up into the lead.
My prediction did come out.
You were exactly right.
Now, yeah. Well, there we are then. As close as the scores are, she's still heavily rewarded for that one turn that she did, which was the best wave of the heat.
And that's fair, isn't it?
Yeah,
if you get through,
definitely.
If you win the
100%.
heat because you did the biggest manoeuvre of the heat, and then you rode the rest of the waves similar to everyone else, that's great.
Yeah, they're judging low, but it's all
it's
proportionate,
relative.
isn't it?
Now, where that wave would become slightly more controversial would be if other solid scores end up sort of sitting around it, you know.
Yeah.
But at the moment, 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, and the surfers have all tracked off towards those left-handers again, haven't they? So, So I think the rights.
I thought Green, Taylor Shelmerdine, she got clocked. She got wised up to where that power source of that peak is at the moment. She zoned into the power better than the others.
Caitlin Baisley paddles for one there. She'd need a 2.47, she would. Now, Katie David here, second priority, because Caitlin will now go to first priority because Baisley just paddled for one.
She's got a good chance.
1.78 the requirement.
Well, she's had the 2.07.
So she's the surfer in the red. She got the 2.07, so she now needs a 1 point. So she needs less than her best score, but she's paddling off towards the left.
I don't like where she's going. That's
so she's
too deep.
Need an enormous wave to come through.
That's a real
55 seconds.
Freak of nature she needs, but to get a wave by there.
55 seconds. She does turn around and look the other way.
Deep water.
So she started the heat out there, wide of everyone.
Yes.
I don't know whether she's been told.
Sit wide.
Well, which an hour and a half ago would have been exactly the right advice.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Stay out the current.
I mean, and this is where not being from here can sometimes be a difficulty, can't it? Because earlier on, stay out of the current. Stay on the shoulder of the left.
Protocol.
Yeah, and then the tides come in, the current's gone, the waves have shifted over. We're coming down to the last 15 seconds. There isn't going to be another ride in this heat, I don't think. Now, our clock might not be exactly accurate, but I've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I wasn't far out. And that's that. So Shelmerdine wins, Lynch second, and David and Baisley. Good showing. Good waves each. Good surfing. I mean, it's nice to see surfers in third and fourth surfing well in that heat. I think they'd have made it through the other one.
Katie nearly got there.
So
close that.
Well, that's what exciting sports are.
Taylor, deserved win for me.
Well, that was the wave of the round.
Yeah,
so, good surfing. So that is that for today. Now, I understand, have you been told anything? It's going to be a very, very, very early start tomorrow, isn't it?
I've heard things said like 7 o'clock in the morning.
7 o'clock in the morning.
Bank holiday Monday. Off you go.
Yeah.
Put your wetsuit on, paddle out.
Yeah. Well, it's a 4-day working week after that, so...
That's the spirit. I like that positivity.
Yeah, so I tell you what, though, a 7 o'clock start tomorrow morning for these guys setting up all of this electrical equipment here. They're going to be down here at 4.
Oof.
And there's a wave there for... In they come. I I would be surprised if anyone goes free surfing now. Do you think?
Oh, good night, Irene.
There's not much to be gained, is there? Because anyone who's surfing tomorrow has surfed today and doesn't need to discover
They've all had a
their
practice.
wax and all of that, do they?
They've all had a practice. Everyone's been in and
Everyone's been in.
had a wave.
There we go.
And it's an over and out from Greg.
Hey, Greg, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming and doing a bit of commentary then.
My pleasure.
It was an
My
absolute pleasure. And I tell you what, stick around tomorrow. If you're
Yeah,
around, it'll
I'll
be
pop-
nice to
I'm
try and have you
around.
back in.
I'm around. I'll pop in and we'll have a little analyse of the.
Have a good
of the
evening, my
events.
friend, and
Okay.
we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much,
And
Tom.
thank you for thank you everybody for tuning in.
Yeah.
I think we're going to run through a couple of commercials, messages from our sponsors, and then we'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Diolch yn fawr. Gwelwch chi yn y bore. How do we say early? Yn hwyr.
Hwyl fawr o pobl. And,
Hwyl da iawn, Greg. Ti'n siarad Cymraeg yn dda.
Tipyn bach.
Ti'n rigol.
dim rhugl. Ond dim ffridrwg.
Oh, brilliant.
Tonnau yn y
Diolch
môr.
pawb. Tonnau yn y bore hefyd.
Fori, naw te, yn y bore. Hwyl fawr pawb.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on them bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow!